When fears come in and flood your mind, when you think you're going down, when you think you're not going to make it, when you think you're going to fail God, or you've not measured up, when the enemy comes in and tells you that you're unworthy, you're unholy, you're no good, you'll never get it. What do you do when the enemy comes in like a flood? You see, the Lord raises up a standard. Let me show you what that standard is. Look at verse 1. The Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. And he's put on his armor and set for battle. You have to have a clear vision that your Lord and Savior is standing by. His eyes on your flood, his eyes on you. You have to have a clear vision of what God has promised here. I've not ignored you. I see where you're at. I see what you're going through. Look at me, he says. I have girded myself. I put on my armor. I have my sword in hand. And then read what it says, verse 4. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. God says, get your eyes off the flood, get it on me. I've got my sword in hand. I am more powerful. I am mightier than all your floods. I'm bigger than all your fears. Get your eyes off your fears. He said, I've girded myself. That hit me. I could hardly sleep. I picture my Lord standing over me, sword in hand. He knows how far it can go and no farther. He'll come and slay the dragon in his time. He's saying, now you just stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. You just put your trust in me right now. Don't be afraid.
No one's fighting him.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. The show has begun. Dan Pazzi's microphone is unmuted, and Gangster Ghost was just telling us all the strategies of the other YouTube channels and what they are planning against us from the other side. So thank you, Gigi, for being so upfront today.
You're the
best.
Thank you very much. Yep, strong silent type. We will not. Oh, we're live. Crap.
I don't know. But that's some. I didn't get anything back from Russia.
Okay. What about well, I didn't brush up again, but I don't know, Dan. Should we just have open panel for believers today, or should we invite some atheists to teach them about their false religion?
Guys, we gotta go.
Well, after not sleeping last night, you're going to have to carry the load, which you have to do all the time anyway. But
yeah, and sometime tomorrow, well, Krista and I will be leaving soon, probably Monday or Tuesday, to go get Bobby. So we'll be gone a few days. So tomorrow will be my last day to try to carve out an hour or two to do that Which Flood Story Holds Water episode. The Epic of Gilgamesh or the other one.
What's that?
Noah's Ark.
we vote Noah's Ark, huh, Gigi?
Successful.
Yeah.
Well, you guys want to know an interesting little tidbit about the Epic of Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh?
Yeah, teaser.
Okay, so here's the most hysterical part. A lot of the atheists like to say that because that story is older, the flood steals from it. Here's the laughable part, though. The Epic of Gilgamesh changed several times over the years. In the first variation of the epic has absolutely no mention of a flood whatsoever.
Oh,
And the flood is added to the epic after the time of Noah's Ark. And the atheists, that's one of their smoking guns, but they're too stupid to check the history of anything.
Yes.
well,
So there's a teaser for you guys.
why check it out when you're
Okay, guys.
having evidence for your beliefs?
Exactly right. But it allows people like Mark Reed to say these really untrue things like no, the Noah's Ark steals from the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's much, much older. Well, the Epic is dated to be much older. Here's the issue, though. The original has absolutely no mention of a flood, and it's completely changed almost from what it's come out to be today.
Yeah, it's like that. Uh-oh. Was it the Assyrian religion that talked about the virgin birth and things prior to Jesus, and then it turned out that it wasn't prior to Jesus that it happened.
What's up, Isaac? How's it going, man?
Oh, pretty good. How about you?
Pretty good, and congratulations, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's the family adjusting?
Well, we're just kind of resting this week, so that's a plus. That's good. So.
Are y'all back in your property in South Carolina?
Yeah, we're back home. We well, the baby came on Thursday of last week, and we were in the hospital for 2 days, so we were able to come home that weekend.
Mrs. Isaac Carroll is a close personal friend of my wife, and they just had their second child, y'all. So that's exciting times.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I heard that you were having to do a little bit less like social media. I'm about to have to transition into less social media myself, Isaac. Very interesting timing. Yeah.
Oh. I'm trying to think. I mean, in some ways, yeah.
Yep. You know, people don't realize how
Like,
much
what
time
way?
editing takes.
Oh, that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is tiresome. Yeah. Kind of, I mean, I don't know if people really look at my YouTube channel much, but I haven't had a video out in months. It's just, it takes a lot to put out videos like that.
I know. And they don't understand. The editing part of the YouTube video uploads is a full-time job, but coming up and producing the ideas for the YouTube channel is another full-time job, and then keeping up with the social media aspect of the YouTube channels, like posts, it's another part-time job. Like, it's a crazy amount of work doing YouTube.
Yeah, you gotta be in the social media game, and you've got to be putting out the content and be coming up with the ideas and be editing and videoing all in the same breath and everything. That's why a lot of so I do have a TikTok account. That's why all the videos are taken while I'm driving, because that's the only free time I've got to really think and talk and do.
Yeah, brother, this
Otherwise,
time last year I was farming in Georgia, and I had quite a few videos on YouTube from a tractor. I get it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, what's on the docket today? What are we talking about?
Yeah, so today we're doing a segment called Jesus Declassified. So we don't really have an exact topic for today because it was kind of a casual hangout for everybody. But with the Jesus Declassified, we kind of just want to go through the Gospels, and I don't want to say we're going over taboo subjects, but we're just looking at aspects that get overlooked of the nature of Jesus. You know, a lot of times we go to these churches and we're taught about, you know, hyper grace and the Jesus who loves everybody and come as you are and never change. Jesus loves you where you're at for now and forever. And that's just not really Jesus. So we're going to declassify the real Jesus, and that is the Jesus that tells us, you know, how we're supposed to walk as he walked and how he wants us to live our lives. The Jesus, I would say, is the less popular Jesus.
Yeah. for sure. Well, how's my audio? Before I go any further, do y'all hear the truck in the background? Is that bothering the audio?
You know what? It's actually not that bad. So it's
Okay.
pretty good.
All right.
Let
Cool,
me see.
cool. Well, I'm here for the conversation.
Let me do this. All right. I'm going to reduce your mic background noise and see if that changes. All right. Dan, you unmuted. Did you want to say something?
It was you, Cody.
Oh, I did, but that was like 30 seconds ago. So
Samantha, you want those?
I went back into dream world.
Oh, all right. Gangster, do you go ahead, Dan?
No, it's just amazing. Back on the comment of, that everybody has their own truths. That wasn't exactly the quote you guys did, but that how the atheists still don't get that. You still have to have an orderly, at least an orderly potential of doing anything besides looking in the dirt.
Why don't we let them?
Somewhere you'd have to see some kind of
Oh my gosh.
real close transitions, which we were talking about the ape last night, and so that and even with the little face chart of all the little guys, it's still a big stair step in between them.
That's what I loved about last night, Dan. We had Kim on, and he showed us the charts with all the skulls, and tried to tell us how we're related to all these other skulls. So I asked him the simple question. I was like, okay, will you admit that the skulls of a human being, though, are way different in every single possible way from every other ape-like skull on the screen? He wouldn't concede to that. So I made him go down the checklist. I said, out of all the skulls on here, just identify it by the letter. Human skull was the letter O. I said, okay, which skull on here identifies the race that has put a man on the moon? Of course, it's humans. Charity drives, humans. Dentist school, humans. I go down the list. I make him look silly. I'm like, humans are clearly different from everything else in the universe, but especially all the other skulls that we have listed on the screen.
And totally with any of the lineages that they put forth, and especially when putting out a percent of DNA likeness, and 50% is just a banana. There's some that are way higher that have nothing to do with mammals that I've heard about, and so you have to have some kind of orderly tracking.
Well, and that's the thing. I want people to think about it, okay? They say we have common ancestry because we share DNA genomes, right? We share DNA traits with the ape. And they say it's about 98%, but other studies have shown that it's a lot closer to the mid 80s. About 85% of our genomes with the chimp are aligned. And what they don't tell you is that that's not as much as it seems. 50% of our genome makeup identifies with a banana. A similar number identifies with strawberries, and the same mid 80 percentage identifies with the DNA genomes from insects. So we're as related to the insects as we are the ape or chimp. And all that proves is a common designer. That's something that Kent Hovind hammers all the time. And that's the great point. We are going to have similar DNA genomes and traits, because you would expect to see that from a common designer.
Well, and trying to put forth the whole design aspect is that if we had a little one of the laser printers, or not laser printer, the plastic, what's that one called? The printer, 3D printer.
3D
So
printer. Yep.
if we did a 3D printer and we're able to do it on DNA, and with human error, you put in the human and you might get a banana. So that's not a very reliable piece of evidence to say that we came from, some kind of ape ancestor when you put in a 3D printer program, and it's pretty specific. You're not going to come out with leaves ever, and the way it sounds, you might come up with some aspects of a banana, and that's just not, and as you said last night, that's more of a evidence for the creator, and they use the best system.
You want to know? I think one of the very best proofs for creation and design is the fact that humans are one of the only things we can observe in the known universe that can design and create. So other things out in the animal kingdom can find tools and they can make shelters. They can do those sorts of things, but only do we see in the humankind where we can think up an idea, right? And then manifest that invention with our hands from different tools and then make it into something completely unique and powerful like Wi-Fi for the internet. Somebody thought up and designed the modem, the components that make up the rocket ship. Not just the fact that, yes, we put a man on the moon. That's like the very short explanation and defense, but the fact that somebody could think up the idea to put someone in space and then come up with the math and then build the machinery to make it happen, that aspect of mankind creating and designing, it's unmatched in the animal kingdom. They have to acknowledge that as we're separate and didn't evolve from everything else known to us, or something around us would have to have some evidence of a great designing mind like we have. But they don't, because we're the only thing created that was made in God's image with the ability to design and create like he did.
And the key point there is that was, not something that we took out of context or made up, but that was written thousands of years ago, that we were created in God's image, and just surprise, we are the ones that are the creators, those with emotions that come from a conscious. And so, it would be like people who don't believe it are actually blind. Where have I heard that before? And so a novel prediction, because you at least think, okay, yeah, this is tough. You've got genetics, you've got DNA, you've got the epigenetics, the controls. I mean, just putting in controls for the genetics for the DNA is in itself mind-boggling. So it just dead ends, and it goes to a third point that God told us, is that, people would rather follow their sinful ways. I know it's really attractive to me sometimes.
Yeah. That's interesting. So, Gigi, are you able to get the word out to some atheists and see if any of them would want to come present any evidence to us that would counter how humans are unique in the animal kingdom with our ability to design and create? Could you put the SOS out for us, Gigi? Gigi must be away from the computer.
He's probably having to get answer a bunch of questions on what did you say to them? What did you say to them backstage? Wouldn't they like to know?
Oh, Dan, isn't that true?
Well, it's not like he gave us any information that we really didn't know. It's kind of obvious.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he told us on purpose, though.
Oh, of course not. It wasn't malicious.
Do you have YouTube open in the background, Dan?
I muted it.
Is it?
Let me see. Let me make sure.
Because I hear me now.
No, I muted it. Oh, before.
Okay. All right. And let me see. Maybe it's that. All right, then that should fix all of our worldly problems. And it seems to have. All right, so we're good to go. Isaac, you're with us still.
Isaac is back.
You know, Isaac, if you were to have this conversation with an atheist, what would be your one best line of evidence that there had to be a creator or a designer? Did you hear the question, Isaac?
I didn't. I was in the middle. I had to run somewhere, so I was listening in my earbuds.
Oh, okay. So if you feel like answering it and take as long as you want, what would be your best argument with an atheist for the fact that there has to be a designer or a creator?
Wait a minute. Are you a Baptist?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm a Christian. I grew up Baptist as in believe in baptism. I mean, yeah, but like I don't identify as a denomination, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's good because when he said take as long as you want, I just started panicking that you might be Baptist.
Oh. Yeah, no.
Joking.
Oh.
If that doesn't get Bruce on, that's the funniest thing. Oh, we are.
Although if it helps you if it helps you identify his flavor of Christian, Dan, I met him at DAL.
Bruce?
Yeah, but see, I was halfway tricked into being there. It wasn't like I knew that I was going there because of what it was, remember?
I thought that you didn't know where you were going until you got there, but I thought it was like a happy thing. I didn't know she tricked you maliciously into showing up. Oh, okay.
No, I was happy to be there. I had known about Kent Hovind and everything. I didn't know we were going to his place or whatever. I just thought we were visiting her friend at the camp she worked at.
That makes sense, yeah. Well, you did.
And then I woke up and I started reading the pamphlet in the bedroom, and it was like Dinosaur Adventureland, Kent Hovind this, Kent Hovind. I was like, there is no way Kent Hovind's here. Wait, is he really here?
And the coolest part is that pamphlet in the room I designed.
Really?
Yeah, I made those pamphlets.
Funny.
Yeah, I know. So if you were arguing with an atheist, Isaac, he literally says, I've got 5 minutes. Convince me there's a designer. What's your single best argument, your silver bullet, that there's a designer creator?
Well, the one I think that everybody has the hardest time, because people can come up with proof for just about anything. I mean, if the what is the word? If our judicial system of law doesn't prove that to us, that you can prove somebody innocent or guilty, depending on the perspective of evidence, doesn't already show us that you can pull out of your butt as much information and proof for either side of the argument. The question is whether it's true or not. And the biggest thing is you have to make a leap of faith, whether you're reading the Bible or whether you're an atheist from an atheistic perspective. You got to trust that atheistic scholars are telling you the truth when it comes to evolutionary theory. And the interesting thing about evolution or the Big Bang, they're all theories. The only one that's actually been that's had the claim of truth is the creation story. That's the kind of the big thing about creationism, is that it's been the overreaching fact or legend, depending on which country you're from. It's at least been a legend, or in our case, a fact, that our world was created and there was a worldwide flood. And to prove that, one must base it off of circumstantial and off of evidence that is been proven by the eyewitness sources, which would have to be handed down through generations, which creationism has that. And that requires someone to take a belief that the Bible is true, because the Bible lays that out in detail, whereas evolution bases it off of guesses and assumptions, and off of the potential of certain facts to be true in one way or the other. In my opinion, depending on which side of the argument you come from, you're going to bring that level of evidence to the table to prove your argument. And I've found it's very hard to prove to someone who doesn't believe that the evidence I'm bringing to the table is true. It's very hard to prove to them that what my facts are is true. But I can appeal to their logic in the situation. Because if I point to a tree over here, if I point to a building or a cell phone or a vehicle, I can say, hey, look at this over here and tell me who built that building. Or they couldn't tell you who built the building necessarily, unless, it was a recent building and they got the building permit sitting out there by the yard or whatever, or they've got the papers in hand. But they could identify that it was built by someone. It just didn't burst into existence, into a formation just like that. But they could identify that there was a builder of that building. That vehicle, it says Ford F-150, so we know that Ford made it, but we don't know whose hands put it together. But we do know somebody built the car. So we can appeal to their logic and say, okay, so you believe based off a site that somebody built that building or built that car. Now look around you at all this intelligent design. You've got trees that grow with a consistency and reproduce with a consistency that's been going on for thousands of years at least. And you've got all sorts of animals that do all kinds of interesting things that you have to take a large leap of faith to believe that it was not an intelligent design. And if it is not intelligent design, you have to believe that it just all came together from nothing. And, one of the things that has boggled people's mind, especially in the area of science, is the concept of zero, because technically zero is nothing, and you can't really do anything with zero. It's a fake concept in a lot of ways when you consider zero, because zero means nothing. You can't really get anything from it. You can add stuff to it, but that takes an outside source. You have to bring other actions into the equation. And I mean, if you look at physics and law, you know that things that have that aren't in action, aren't going anywhere, don't move anywhere unless another action is embarked upon it and whatnot. So it takes a lot of different factor of outside sources, outside factors involved in order to make things go into a direction. And if we know anything about this world at all, we know that this world has action going on to it. So what put it into motion? What caused something to start breathing? Well, the age-old question of what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, the egg requires so much to it to be able to be put into action. So many factors have to be involved for an egg to produce, and then so many factors for that chick to continue throughout its life that it couldn't have been an egg. It couldn't have started with the egg. It had to start with a full-grown chicken that was created by an intelligent designer. So you have all these different factors that evolutionists have to take a leap of faith on. And it is in my opinion, is way more logical to consider the eyewitness testimony of the Bible that has been proven through generations of historical archaeology and facts of history. I mean, just considering the Bible from a historical basis is way more reliable than a lot of things because it's backed up by so much physical, historical facts. And so, considering it from the historical, you have to also assume that the eyewitness testimony is also true, and that the literal testimony is true, and that the personal testimony is also true about the Bible. So you have that problem. You almost are taking a greater leap of faith to consider all the logic in the sense of examining evolutionary evidence than you do examining biblical evidence. So even if I chose to not believe God, as do many atheists in the situation, I would have to acknowledge it to be a reliable source and a reliable fact while choosing to proceed in the other direction. So I don't know. That's just when I think of things, that's what I think of in the sense of it. I don't know. Take it like you want.
Wow, that was a really good single answer. And Dan has some probably good notes he could add to that because Dan is, to say he's a famous landscaper would do him no justice because he is a world renowned, award winning designing landscaper. So he has some very interesting perspectives on the designs and how the universe, everything within the universe, points back to a designer. No matter how far they kick it down the road, like even with the Big Bang, now we're being told that what started the Big Bang, the thing that pushed over that domino, was way before that. There were dwarf Big Bangs, multiple dwarf Big Bangs. So it's like that just still kicks the can down the road. They can't ever point to what pushed over the very first domino. Anytime you get to something's origins, the answer is 100% always, we don't know. And that's because they're trying to get the answers without the creator. And all they'll ever be able to do that way is to add more years. Dan, are you still with us?
I'm here. I'm just enjoying listening to the conversation. But yeah, it just drops them in my tracks when they're like, oh well, we know that cars, buildings are designed, but that's because they don't throw into the mix having a genome. And it's like, really, you're going to throw on multitudes of more complexity, and that's your explanation because they reproduce. And that's always hit me so funny because, like, you guys really can't design anything, and my world acclaimed award-winning status is only in my mind. But Ann Stevens, thank you very much. But I am in the Northern California. People still know who I am, but again, all that is nothing in the scope of everything, except for a real good insight onto what actually design is. And they're playing, they're designing their own little Legos to make godless evolution work. And it's just amazing that, and it's not, because and see that God told us that they're blind. They're, and I don't know about you guys, I know the draw of sin. I was there. For them to go, oh, you're living your best life. No, I was there. That wasn't my best life. Ryan, he's like, they told him right straight to his face. And so they're so blinded that they can't even take somebody's word that, no, I prefer this. I prefer a life in Christ. And the biggest, to me, evidence is the Holy Spirit within us. Right, Gigi? Let's see if we call the ghost back.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dan.
When are you going to say Dan rolled? I'm getting jealous. Achilles looks better than I am. He's got a better accent. Come on, you got to give me something.
So, Dan, how many times have we been on here and had an atheist join us and them try to convince us of the creation without the creator? And what's hilarious about it is it actually quite literally plays exactly into scriptures about people worshiping the creation over the creator. And we see that in pagan times with sun worship, but we see it today with evolution. Like, evolution is still just another way of worshiping the creation over the creator. And they think it's something new and fabulous, but there's nothing new under the sun.
We're so predictable as creatures. And Satan just sit back and like, okay, let's throw this in front of their face. Let's throw that in front of their face and watch them just go kooks. And that's what they are. But again, and I have to reiterate the novel prediction. All of it was novelly predicted in the Old and New Testament. And that's their own words. They live and die on the novel prediction. And as we see the predictions of the Bible coming true, you have to lead and be led to think that, wow, the God of this world is probably sending them some delusion. Oh, goodbye.
We lost our good friend Isaac. He'll be back. They always come back. Yeah. Well, another thing that makes me laugh, Dan, is when these atheists tell us that we can create life in a lab. And I get a chuckle out of that, because what they mean by that is they have a environment-controlled laboratory with pre-measured packets of different chemical compounds that they can mix together in this controlled environment in very sterile circumstances. And through these pre-measured components, chemical compounds, they can then produce life, right? Which is a very disingenuous thing to say, then, to claim you can create life in a lab, right? Because what they want us to then buy, because they can do this in a controlled lab by a creator, I might add, they want us to buy that we can now just throw all of these compounds out in the wind, and magically they'll find each other, in the right climate, in the perfect circumstances, that replicated in a scientific lab and can create life. Like, does that make sense, Dan? What a laugh.
Well, of course it doesn't, and that's why Dr. James Tours, even though he's a deep time guy, blows them out of the water with his explanations. And all they would have had to done was to keep him in his little chemistry world, not attacked him for signing something that and associated the statement that he signed that he was a young earth creationist, which he's not, and he never was. But they had to throw him under the bus because that boy's smart.
Mm. So when you say deep time, are you saying that he believes in a creator, but he still believes in the process that took millions of years?
Sounds like it.
Huh,
So
interesting.
yeah, well, and you gotta
I'm
watch
back.
out. Oh, good. See that? There is a God. I was gonna say something. I was gonna say something stupid and about the shared genetics that he and this Dr. James Tours and Stefan has, and that I don't think that was the Holy Spirit. I can make it like it was though. Anyway, this have you heard of Dr. James Tour?
I don't know. Okay, is he the chemist who, I think it's a chemist. He's the one saying, he's pointing out the flaws, and he's saying that no, we absolutely cannot create life in a lab. And anyone who tells you that we can create life in a lab is lying to you. He's like, I'm the one who does the actual work, and we cannot create life in a lab. He said we can mix around play sets. It's just chemistry games, what they do in a lab, but advanced games.
Well, yeah, he let the cat out of the bag with even the RNA. He can buy RNA that is, synthesized somewhere else, but he read the instructions and it was like, it's a short life. And then you had to control it. I don't know if that one was the, because they're all, he went through and there's a very tiny range of temperatures that these chemicals that they buy have to stay at. Some of them like below freezing, way below freezing. Some's at room temperature, some's a little higher. And without that, they're going to go and continue to change into something that is not usable. And that's just a little building block. Well, RNA is not, but all those things he said, they're all different. So if you're getting we source, well, we don't, but the companies will source rubber from all over the place for their tires, and the steel has to come from wherever. And that's what you got to do, except for in this case, if the rubber coming over is not kept at 30 degrees below zero, it's going to just melt away to garbage. And they think that that is a possibility that some pond somewhere would have had such a pure environment that they would not have kept changing. And then you've got to find the other parts that go into the proteins or the amino acids, and you're not going to do it.
Yeah, well, and also they're getting this life creation by mixing up again the perfect concoctions. You have to have the specific amount of this mixed with a very specific amount of that. Because if you get too much of this and not enough of that, you either implode or explode. That's another component of the mixture that we just never talk about. So either this thing should have just fizzled out over time, or it should have gone boom, boom a long time ago. That was for you, Gigi. But we haven't. And so that kind of, to me, proves that we weren't in some giant vacuum bag floating around together, smashing around particles and in chemical compounds in matter, because that's just stupid, right? The whole universe would have gone boom, boom.
Well,
I think
totally. And I tried to hit you first, Claude, because you were up there first. I don't know why. Just as I clicked, Phantom's comment must be popped up, but I'll get to that. Um, yeah, but also, Claude, what you got to admit that there's no science, no abiogenesis scientist that is out there educating the people. It was a synthetic chemist who, once he was attacked for being a young Earth creationist, which he wasn't even, he went on the warpath to go and correct his name and correct the science. And so, Claude, maybe no proper science has claimed life has been created in a lab, but they haven't educated honestly on what they're doing.
But Dan,
Means
even that
nothing.
he's wrong on. I mean, I have the screen shared up here, right?
Oh,
And this is the AI overview. According to reports, scientist Craig Venter and his team are credited with creating a synthetic life form in a lab, essentially creating life. And then this is from New Scientist. Artificial life made in lab can grow and divide like natural. New Science. SciTech Daily, artificial life forged in a lab. Come on, man. Like, how are you going to say that no true scientist makes these claims when all of your false prophets and priests of Baal make these false claims? Not just some of them, all of them.
I wonder if they'll
Except
be
now
able
we're
to,
calling y'all out.
I wonder if
Go,
they'll be able
go
to
ahead,
have
man.
that life that they're supposedly creating. I wonder if they'll be able to have it reproducing, because I honestly think that's probably where the line will be drawn. In that is that proper creation will be able to recreate itself, not recreate, but reproduce. Is probably a better word for that. I mean, for us, we have babies and they grow up as an image of us, just like our fathers before us. So do all the animals, so do trees, so does grass. Everything that God has created reproduces in some form or fashion. So I don't know. Maybe they will figure that out too. I don't know, but I don't trust it.
Here's an interesting question from Phantom. Thanks, Phantom. How you doing? And I would say no, because it was pre-life, so you weren't contaminated by mines or life. But the chemicals, we know what the chemicals do. We know that they keep on, attracting in a certain way, and then the bonds uh, with the slightest change in environment will keep changing onto something else that will not be beneficial for life. So I would say that was a no, but I would like to have you explain that. If
Gigi, could
when you
we also, Gigi, I meant Dan, can we invite Claude and Phantom in? Is that okay?
oh, I was gonna do it. I thought that was yeah.
Claude, Phantom, you guys come on in here and tell us all about your religion. And then in turn, we get 10 minutes to tell you all about ours.
Now I would say religion like, because I won't because they'll be stuck on the thing that it part of the definition is that it's a supernatural
The thing
intelligence.
is, though, I have to defend the point. I mean, I know this is your show, so you can defend it
Well,
officially
this
from
one's
that
yours.
position.
The
But
show's yours.
but
You started this one.
I mean, personally, though, my idea is that it is totally a religion. They have their Bibles in their early church history books, same as us. They have their priests and their prophets and their pastors and their congregations. They have their, councils of Nicaea. They just call it other things, and that's where they meet for their scientific theories. Like it is their religion. Like even the components of biology, evolution, and cosmic evolution. It's all supernatural. because they don't have any
and-
answers for how any of it started.
And to be honest, they would have to recognize, that the worship of even other people, like Hollywood or some scientists, like, I won't say any names because I do want Claude to come in, and I'll be nice. And so they do know that you can have treat the Beatles back in the day or Elvis Presley as a god. Elvis Presley, because people think hasn't died and denied his death. That is worship, and quibbling on, and that's the thing, quibbling on the words. The definition, the dictionary definition, if it is, it's still part of the culture. I got a call. Not a call, a text. So
Steven,
Yes.
Bird Pike texted me. He said he wants to comment about the what's going on.
In which aspect? Like, what exactly about what's going on does he want to comment on?
About the subject about creation.
Oh, I don't know. I really don't like Brother Pike, like, at all. And in addition to that, Mr. Dan, the man, the president ban, he had a rule about no Calvinists coming on unless it's a formal debate. So I don't know. I'll leave it up to Dan, but yeah, I just assume not have his fellowship. I don't find him that likable.
Subtitle called Stephen Gold. Oh, sorry. What are you gonna say, Dan?
Oh, well, I just am kind of, done with the God chooses some people to go to hell. I know Christian has a little bit different take. He doesn't call himself a Calvinist, but if you want to be right back.
True.
Is he actually blocked?
Yeah, all his accounts are blocked.
Oh, that'll have to be a Steven thing. This is Steven's show.
He said it's up to you.
Well, yeah, but I don't have the unblocking thing. Or maybe I do. How do I do that? No, I didn't. I looked at that before. And I don't know how to get there. So, oh, look at that. He just texted me. Although that bum, I should have him come in just because he named the Proverbs guys that were still his friends, and he didn't name me. So I don't know. You got a spare bedroom there. Does Christian Pike hunt?
Christian Pike, what?
Does he hunt?
Hunt? I don't know. Well, are you the man, dude?
Well, no. He showed me a picture of his house, and
yeah,
it looks like it should have enough spare bedrooms. We could all have a party there, and if he, kills something and barbecues it.
huh?
And if Big Bad Mama wants to come, I guess he could kill a corn plant or something. You could kill some spinach, barbecue that, an onion. Let's see. Let me look in here. Invite, present, settings. Would it be under settings?
Queen James. Oh, have you ever heard of the Queen James Bible?
I tried to throw you under the bus for that. Nobody took
sorry.
no. I said you were going to educate everybody on the Queen James.
Oh, sorry. Is the Queen James married to the King James, and they have a Prince James and a Princess James?
Oh, a little baby Bible. Maybe that's the little Bibles the Gideons used to give out, because that used to be King James.
Yeah. James and the King James had a Prince James and a Princess James. Did that blow your mind?
That would. Little baby Bibles running around. I don't know, Phantom. I think he better get a bigger caliper or caliber, or maybe some shot. That was a joke. Okay. Atheist barbecue. He's a heretic hunter.
Woo! The Great One has returned.
Or is our
Achilles!
You know what? You were talking about atheist.
We miss
hunters. It made me
Achilles.
think.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Achilles.
I didn't even know we had a show. What is going on, everybody?
well, we figured you were out racing dirt bikes.
Nah, not yet. Got lots of work to do. Gigi, I just responded to your email, and then I wanted to come here and watch yesterday's show, but I found a new one. Yay! So what are we up to?
Hi, Achilles.
Hello, Isaac. How are you?
Good to hear your voice. I'm doing all right.
Likewise, brother. What are we talking about? Stephen is BRB, I see.
Yeah. Talking about the genetics and kind of carry over from last night's show on
Achilles. Big Bad Mama said he'd like to talk to you about Pangea.
Yeah, one thing I told you in the email that I sent you now is that I have been away all day and yesterday too. I just come back when it's night time, and I haven't been able to respond to many emails. So I didn't respond to that, but if I responded, I will do it live, and I will say, does he want to bore me to death? Like we're gonna have a full show to talk about something that's just stupid.
I love you, Achilles.
I mean, he wants to have a show to talk about Pangea, Steven. I'm like, no, thank you. I wanna stay alive. I don't wanna die of boredom.
Or in his accent, Pangea.
Well, yeah, what that? Right.
If you don't want to talk about that, he said, what would you like to talk about?
Well, may I be sincere? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing right now. Like, can he just? I mean, if let's take that example. If you go and look into the sizes of the countries and not the ones that you see in the picture of Pangea, you will see that it doesn't make sense, and they have deleted like 5 countries from Latin America in order to make it fit. And if you add the numbers of how big is Africa and how small is Latin America and all that stuff, and you draw that down, you'll see that it's all bull. So why talk about it instead of people go out and actually do some research? That's what I don't understand. And the same goes for evolution, for atheism. Like, are they ever getting tired of talking about the same and same? I'm not somebody that I was educated by my parents to believe that a God exists. I saw it. It's blinding. It's like obvious. It's everywhere. It's in our body. It's in nature. We've brought up as a channel every example possible, and still people just want to debate it. I mean, we're not here just for debating. If it comes down to that, okay, we will. But we're here for people to wake up and realize it before the time runs out. Are they? Or do they just want to debate us? Personally, right now, I'm a little preoccupied. I told you the first day that we talked about it, I said, not immediately, give me at least a couple of days, right? I know only one has passed.
Okay.
But I have
Well,
so much that I'm doing. I'm going out, getting tools, coming back, cleaning a burned down garage. I'm picking up stone by stone and finding parts within them. I come back and my hands are black, and then I have to wash them before I touch my dogs, and then I go to the bike to put it together, and there are tools that are missing, and I need to go out. I need to make mental notes that you need to go in the morning to that shop to find that specific part, and then go and find the stand. And so my mind right now is on like a completely different mentality. It will come
But
back.
let me ask you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this though: if you had 5 minutes to sit down with an atheist, and he asked you for one proof of a designer or a creator, what would be yourself? You got 5 minutes, Achilles.
All right. My favorite one, like if I could only use one, that would be the plants, the trees that they don't want to have the other trees taking from the same root, from the same water source and nutrition source, the same dirt. So when their seed falls to the ground, it doesn't germinate. But if a bird eats the seed and the seed goes inside its stomach, the acid in the stomach activates that seed. So now when it defecates the seed, it becomes a tree. And I've asked many atheists to tell me, many evolutionists, how did the plant know what existed in the stomach of a bird? I'm still waiting on an answer on that. So that means that these two have been created like this to work together. There is no way that a tree could evolve to understand this.
Yeah, it's called scarification, and so yeah, it's a law of certain plants. And again, what a great design!
Right.
Because if there's a tree around here that, man, as a gardener, we swear that out of 100 seeds, 3,000 little seedlings pop up because they're such a pain in the neck to pull them. But mostly they're designed pretty good not to just overpopulate, but they're a starter tree for forests. So that's why it's a good idea that there's a lot of those things for shade for the bigger trees coming after them.
For me, this example kills the whole theory because there is no way for a tree to ever know what would exist inside a bird to make the seed getting activated by it. Like, how did it know? Are plants conscious? And they're like, I see a bird. That gives me a great idea, Come on, guys, wake up. This has been designed to be that way. There is a designer, and he's too brilliant sometimes for us to say, like, this can't be. Yes, it is.
Well, and obviously that doesn't happen with the pollinator, the trees that get pollinated by insects. They don't need that. And they'll go, and I always love that too. It's like, well, that's the niche they were in. Well, how come the seeds that need to be in the bird, because that's pretty specific. So that is such a narrow indicator on its evolutionary path, and it's not a good way
And I think
for evolution without a god.
one example of this of a tree like that is the fig tree, because this is what how I ended up thinking about that, because a fig tree started growing on my balcony, and I started wondering how did that happen. So then I thought of the bird, and then I realized that when you find a fig tree in nature and it creates seeds, there should be a lot of fig trees around that fig tree, because out of 100 figs that will fall, let's say one should populate, but it never happens. But you see figs popping up everywhere, away from the tree itself, like on balconies, between where you don't want them to grow, where they grow and they break the cement and everything. Like they grow everywhere.
Yeah, you're
And
not
that
going to
is
find a coconut. You're not going to find a coconut by natural methods germinating on
under the same
on a
tree.
balcony, unless
Oh, okay.
after unless the tree's right over it, or you got a tsunami popping in. All that looks kind of designed for a purpose.
And that's very interesting that you mentioned that we have imported from the States and Latin America. We have imported, okay, I'm sorry, I have the Greek name for that tree. What is that tree? Palm trees. We have imported them here, so we have palm trees, but we never get coconuts. Like not a single time I've never seen a coconut in Greece, like growing on a tree. But in the Americas, you see it all the time. I hope people understand what I mean. The Americas, by the Americas, it's not just the United. It's not just California that has palm trees, and that is the second best, Brother Stephen. Please explain.
This is a really good one,
right?
And this is one that a layman can use with an atheist. And good luck waiting for an explanation. So this is the symbiosis between termites and protists. We used to assume that they were parasites and bacteria. That's no longer the case. We know that there's something completely individual and unique from a bacteria or a parasite. And one of the reasons is because they have a symbiotic relationship, which is different from a parasitic one. So this protist lives inside the belly of the termite. It only lives inside the belly of the termite and can only live inside the belly of the termite. It exists nowhere else. It digests wood. The termite itself has to eat the wood, but it cannot digest wood. And without this protist, the termite would die from eating the wood. So this is a perfect symbiotic relationship between termites and protists that I want the evolutionary religion holders to explain to me. Which came first? The protist that can only live inside the termite, or the termite who lives off wood but can't digest it and would die without the protist? And how long did this take to evolve? And how many termites had to die? And how many protists had to die before they figured out they needed each other?
One more unanswered question.
Yeah, because if we wait for an answer, we're going to be here for 24 hours and it's going to be just silence.
Well, let me go ahead and give the generic answer we always get. We don't know.
Okay. But we believe that somewhere back a million years ago, that makes it a religion, lads.
Guys, we don't know how any of it started, but we know for certain it wasn't God.
Yeah. Third example. What if a swallow carried the coconut? That would be a very big swallow. pretty big one.
Or a small coconut.
Or a very small one.
Yeah, and also it really depends on if it's a African swallow or a European swallow.
That is
Third,
true.
third very important example. When did caterpillars realize that the next step is to go up on a tree and make a cocoon so they can become butterflies? The butterfly can only mate with a butterfly. Caterpillars do not have reproductory organs. So this process was from the beginning of a caterpillar. There were no caterpillars that were not butterflies. There was no evolutionary steps in the creation of the butterfly. So the only rational explanation one can give, which is not rational, I'm saying something that goes as close to rational, is that a worm gave birth to something that can become a butterfly by itself immediately. Because there is not a chance that there were intermediate steps. A caterpillar becomes a butterfly and then it mates. So I don't know, before we can reach 100 of examples like that show what atheists are trying their hardest to deny, that there is a creator and he created things the way they are. Why can't they see it?
I just want them to be okay. It would go a long way if they could just prove to me that we're related to animals. But there's nothing in the animal kingdom that they can point to, right? Like chimpanzees do not square dance collectively unless they learn it from us, right? They'll just be mimicking us, but they don't come up with these dances. They don't do charity drives, no dentist school, no lawyer school, nothing that would make them unique in the animal kingdom. As a matter of fact, chimps and monkeys throw their poo at people. So they're not that intelligent. And they want you to believe that this is your closest ancestor. And they say you're not related in that way. Like, that's just silly. No one's saying you came from a monkey. You have a common ancestor. You don't understand. Okay, take the term farm, right? Farm stands for fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal. It explains the evolutionary chart. When it starts with fish, there are no amphibians, reptiles, or mammals. It goes from fish to amphibian, and then from amphibian to reptile, and then from reptile to mammal. I don't understand why they're too dumb to see their own theory follow through.
And then they will find that one fish that can live when the tides go back, and it can live in the mud until the water returns, and it has come on. They look like legs, those things. I don't remember.
I think they're called mud flapper fish.
Right. And they say, here, you see, there it is. This is where we all came from. And you turn around and say, are you dumb? Like, if you evolved from that little thing there, you're dumb, man.
Well,
You're playing
if that fish hopped into the forest and picked up a screwdriver and built it a complex, I'd be impressed. But all of those little mud flappers are trying to flop their way back into the water. You ever notice that? Because they know they're going to die outside of it.
And they're still mud flappers. They haven't changed. Like, I haven't seen any of them growing a leg. There are many.
And I'd like to
pictures, that it happened that way, and it shows you the stages, but that's a picture. Somebody drew it. It's a drawing.
I was trying to explain that yesterday, Achilles. We had a guy on, goes by Kim, Kem.
I
And
haven't
he pulled
even,
up the chart.
yeah, I haven't even
No,
managed
yeah.
to watch it. I'm sorry.
You'll love it. You'll love it, Achilles. It's good. But he has us pull up the chart, and we're having to explain to him, like, no, you haven't found these full specimens. You're finding parts of a species, and you're putting the parts you have together that you have, and then what you don't have, you're having an artist come and draw renditions of what it could look like, and then you're putting that in the textbook as science. Wouldn't concede to it.
But we have fossils. Yes, fossils do prove that something died. But they don't prove that that something gave birth to what you think it gave birth to. It probably gave birth to the same thing, whatever that is.
Achilles,
Whatever.
you showed a video that I've been wanting to reshare with everybody so bad, and I actually Google searched it again today.
I know.
It was of either a biologist or a chemist. You know the one
I-
I'm talking about.
I think I remember which one you're talking about. And I'll bring it right up because I found it recently and I said, I will not back this up on my hard drive. So I'm going to keep this here because we might use it in the future.
Thank the Lord, because I have desperately, and please, if this is the right one, send it to me because I want to use it also.
Okay. The reason you can't find it is because I've taken it from a presentation of Rob Skiba, who is making a presentation about the shape of the Earth. And in it, it begins by telling you how many lies science has given us. So it is from that route, you can end up on that video. It doesn't have a title about evolution.
Are you sure we're thinking of the right one? Because the one I'm thinking of was a gentleman being interviewed, and he was either a chemist or a biologist. I want to say he's a biologist, and he was poking at the chemists who were claiming we could create life.
Yeah.
He basically shines light on them, and he goes into great detail explaining how they're just playing with erector sets.
And he gives his title, and he says, you actually can go higher when it comes to studying more molecular biology, I think. So I'm looking for it. Here it is. I found it.
Oh man, I hope this is it. This is
like,
really
it's a
going to grind
psyop.
the gears of some atheists.
If it's a
out yonder.
psyop, it started with Moses,
Okay, give it a minute.
not the CIA.
Wait, I'm pausing it for a second because I've realized that the more it's paused, the better it loads, the better it plays. Let's see. Oh, wait. Okay, and I see what I'm doing here. Okay, stop this one. Here we are.
Oh, that's him. That's the one, Achilles. Oh, I
Genesis
love your
chapter
Greek
1.
face.
But I don't remember how far it is. I think it starts immediately.
I even go even further back. Go back to Job. Many people believe Job predates Genesis. Job had the same idea. Read Job 38. Okay, modern cosmology. Now, one of the things I hear all the time, is, Rob, you're making Christians look stupid. Okay, I'm going to address that tomorrow in quite a bit of detail, this whole idea that I'm making Christians look stupid. Let's look at what the other side believes.
What would you say to some of the parents who are like, look, you know, we're going to go ahead, we'll learn about evolution, but we also believe in creationism. What is the harm in learning the Bible's creation story?
Well, learning the story is fine. I mean, that's great, but it's not science. And tax dollars used for science education shouldn't be used to teach creationism as an alternative. Creationism is not right.
The notion of creationism, or in fact, look, Senator Marco Rubio, who's presumably a reasonably intelligent man, was asked, what's the age of the earth? And ultimately, either because he actually believed it or he was trying to appeal to some constituency, had to argue that it's a big mystery, that somehow we should teach kids both ideas that the earth is 6,000 years old and that it's 4.55 billion years old, which is what it is. If you
You see how he's leading in everything he says? He says the options are one being 6,000 years old and the other one being 4.5 billion, which is what it is. Like, he immediately discards the first part, even though he doesn't actually have any evidence against the young Earth. He doesn't have
Right.
evidence. The evidence are fabricated in most cases. And the previous one said that it's science versus the Bible story. And that's another.
Well, Bill Nye the Lying Guy has always been a POS in my opinion. So
yeah, and I'm just
even as a child, I never respected him as a scientist or even a peer. I always saw him as an inferior.
And I'm just trying to point out carefully the words they select to use, because you do not see the lie the way they phrase it. And these are not random words. They know how to make it sound like the young Earth creationism is a stupid way because we have science. No, we have science too. And our science says that you are lying because your math doesn't add up.
And since our science is testable and demonstratable and repeatable, doesn't that make ours science and there's the pseudoscience?
Exactly. And from the perspective of pseudoscience, they call the other side a religion, even though the other side is actually doing some science.
Right. Interesting. All right. We just wanted to clarify that for the people.
Yeah.
think about that, somehow saying that, well, anything goes, we shouldn't offend religious beliefs by requiring kids to know, to understand reality.
See, that's what he does. He is comparing a religious belief to reality. He's making you take it for granted that that's the reality. So what do we do about people that want to attack reality? And he takes you on board. No, it's not reality, because it's a bunch of lies added together and create a false picture that they call science, until you look into the math yourself. And then you'll see, wait a minute, this doesn't add up, that doesn't add up, and that doesn't add up, and that doesn't add up. And then they say, oh, they add up in the quantum. What is the quantum? Oh, the quantum physics is a physics that you guys can never understand. So you have to take our word for it. Right. At dark matter, everything that we cannot understand, they say, we know. We are the scientists, we know. Well, that is called a religion. If somebody says you cannot verify the experiment, you have to trust me, it's faith. You have faith in him that he's not lying to you. And he did it again here. He said, religion versus reality. Guys, wake up. We have made a video exposing this guy for talking and having some books next to him, and the books are the Necronomicon, Practicing Magic, and he calls himself a scientist. They're not. But if you notice, if you watch them having a live stream, there's always a telescope behind them, because they're pretending to be scientists, and of course, I would have a telescope. But if you know anything of telescopes, you'll see that the telescope that they have is so small that the only thing you can watch with a telescope is your neighbor. So they are watching their neighbor getting addressed. That's what they have a telescope for. Go ahead.
And Achilles, all the vindicators of evolution, especially on YouTube, like Aaron Raw. Aaron Raw started off an atheist, and now he's a open Satanist. This is always going to be the case. We see it over and over and over again.
Pose it when you have anything to say, brother. I've posed it enough already.
All right, go ahead.
That's child abuse.
It sounds very laudable to teach the controversy, to teach both theories, but there aren't two theories. There's only one theory around. There's only one game in town as far as serious science is concerned. Of course, you get negative reactions from creationists, but who cares about creationists? They don't know anything.
How many of you have heard that, according to the theory of evolution, we share about 98% of our genetic makeup with chimpanzees? Have you heard that in school? Have you ever heard how they came to that number? 98%? We've all just heard it, right? We share 98% of our genome with chimps. Okay, the video I'm about to show you is not from a Kent Hovind or a creationist. It's from somebody who believes in evolution, somebody who believes we came from chimpanzees, but actually acknowledging how we got the 98%. Check this out.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally, but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes, or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical.
That is 30%. No, I'm sorry, it's 50%. They have removed more than 50%, and then they compare the remaining 50%, and they say it's 99% similar. But they don't tell you that. They say, we have 98.7% similarity with a chimp, and you take their word for it. What they don't tell you is that, yeah, but we had to remove like 50% of the genome to get there.
And in addition to that, they had to remove 50% of the genome to get there. But go ahead. Man, this is mind-blowing. And it's not even at the good part yet, but I forgot about this introduction. Because, it's not mentioning that we have about 85, 86% genome relation to insects. So they had to manipulate away 50% of the genomes to get to this 98%. What would it have really been? We may be more closely, in their idea, related to an insect than we are the chimpanzee.
And one of those...
Hey, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead,
Isaac.
Is it not true? I remember this in high school or something. Is it not true that the chromosomes of an ape are either twice or more than twice the amount of chromosomes as a human? Isn't that true?
I am not sure.
Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think humans have 22 chromosomes, one from their father and one from their mother, or 22 from their father, 22 from their mother. But like with chimpanzees or apes, I think it's just apes. Maybe it was gorillas. I'm not completely sure, but one way or the other, one of those, I think it was apes, has like 46 from a mother and 46 from father or something like that.
Okay, no, from what I see with a simple Google search is that they do have 22 plus 1, 23. The
23?
chimpanzee. Yeah, the chimpanzee. Now, chimpanzee. Now, I don't know about some other ape, but from the one that I found easily was a chimpanzee, but I'm looking deeper again. Chimpanzee, 23. I don't know. I think they have the same, but so does the mouse. So, that doesn't prove like we are cousins or anything like that, because I don't want
No, it doesn't.
a cousin with a mouse. So what I was about to tell to the panel here is that one of those YouTube debaters, master debaters, D in parentheses, Grayson, he actually said what you said, Stephen, on when he went to visit DAL. Kent Hovind wanted to classify him according to the, he classifies people according to what they believe they came from. And he asked him what what Grayson came from. And he said, well, we are more similar to a goldfish than an ape. And Ken Hovind says, okay, so do you come from an ape or do you identify with a goldfish ancestry? And he said, if I had to pick one, I would pick the goldfish. So we are actually closer to a goldfish than we are to the ape, if you add the other letters that they have removed. Come on, guys. Are you goldfish? Do you feel like a lack of oxygen sometimes?
To be fair, though, Achilles, I do really love swimming.
Try doing it without using arms, though.
Well,
Is
yeah,
that what I
all
saw
right.
under your neck the other day?
Man,
Move
yeah,
your
those are gills.
Move your feet right and left, and see
Oh,
how
man.
you'll enjoy
I
swimming.
instantly enjoy swimming a lot less. I should rephrase that. I really like floating, but that's bad news for a fish.
Right. And this whole propaganda, guys, is everywhere. It goes far back. Remember Waterworld with what was his name? What was
Kevin
his name?
Costner.
Yes, thank you, Kevin Costner.
That was a good movie. Not good like wholesome, but good as entertaining.
And the poison in it is that because the whole world was full of water for so long, he was the first out of the species of man that had evolved gills.
Yep.
And he could breathe underwater. And that's a little poison that they throw in almost every movie. And let's not talk about Jurassic Park, right?
The thing about it is, though, it all goes back to the devil anyway, because he would rather us be deceived in thinking that we are less human and more animal. You hear it just like you said in just about every movie and everything. I mean, they want us to identify more with animalistic ideals so that we're on this equal playing field with, and interestingly, if we follow the Bible, there's less about equality than people make out about it. Yes, there is in a certain level of equality, but in a lot of things, there's no equal. Like us and the animals, we're not equal.
And not only that he in that with that way he's making you not care for others that much, because I'm an animal, he's an animal, animals eat each other, so I can eat the other, metaphorically, like steal his job, steal his girlfriend, because it's survival of the fittest. It's not just that. It is also the fact that it immediately contradicts the Bible, because the God that I worship is not an ape, and he made me in his image. So if I am an animal, then immediately the Bible gets contradicted.
Yeah, for sure.
If somebody wants to pose, just say so. All right? I'll pose it.
So, yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
But that's what passes for science. Does that sound completely absurd to you? Oh yeah, we just, 1 point whatever 4 billion letters, let's throw those out. Hey, we're 98% the same. What? That's insane.
This man is with God right now. He died maybe 2 years ago. Just letting you guys know. He is with God because through seeing the truth and seeing all the bull in the lies, he arrived to Christianity and to Jesus, and he was saved. and later on he died because he didn't have faith in the medical system at all, and he denied going to a doctor. And he had a problem, which I don't know what it was, but he should have seen a doctor, you know. I'm just telling you that the guy that we are watching is no longer with us, and his name is Rob Skiba.
Yeah.
But that's in college level science books being passed off as fact. This is not science. All right, this is the natural result of the depravity that comes from ignoring the Word of God, and it's the byproduct of hating God.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
What a humble thing to say.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it. A petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak. A vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser. A misogynist.
Did you ask me to pause?
Yeah. So here's something that we have to think about, though, when it comes to the Old Testament. Because, yes, God was a very scary, in a lot of ways, very scary figure in the Old Testament, and rightly so. Because, as it's said throughout Scripture, is that the Old Testament is an allegory or a foretell of the New Testament. How is somebody going to understand grace if they don't understand the judgment?
Amen.
How is somebody going to understand mercy if they don't have a domineering authority that is going to strike them with lightning or throw dirt on them, you know, like he did with people, with the children of Israel at times, people who stepped outside of his bounds and stuff like that. If we don't see those kinds of things from a skeptical view of God, then there is no way we're going to understand grace. Like, if you don't have a fear of a state trooper pulling you over and giving you a ticket for anything that you might have done wrong, then you're never going to understand the grace of a trooper that says, all right, I'm going to let you off on this one. You know, you can't understand that because and that's honestly another proof that God exists, because a true authority, it both holds the line and is graceful about it. And that's something that was hard for me to understand growing up with the kind of upbringing I had, because it was all authority and no grace. Many people probably do that, or they had no authority, so therefore they can't really understand a concept of authority or grace, which that's a common problem among people who do not believe in God at all, is that they are constantly under the influence of what their authority figure is, which is why it's so important that we have that we strive as people in this world to train our children up in the way they should go. Be the best representation of God possible to them. Because if my child does not understand that no means no, then he's going to get away with everything. And then when I do say no, I look like the idiot. So, rightly so, for someone in that place of understanding to look at the Old Testament and say God was, you know, a very rude, bad, whatever you want to call it, because if God isn't the author of judgment due to someone stepping outside of the bounds, then he cannot be the God of the New Testament.
And what Dawkins, and what, you know, very, very, very important point. And what Dawkins is doing here can only be understood if you understand what Isaac just said, because he's saying the God of the Old Testament is, and he makes all these words and characterizations, but he doesn't then say, but the God of the New Testament is proving that we actually needed that image of a God in order to understand salvation and grace. He's not going there. So he's taking half of it, presenting it as a God that is created by men because he has the same characteristics men do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm trying
very,
to think
very
there was something
important.
else I was going to say, but my mind's going blank.
Let's keep going because this just got started. You'll have more to say.
Go ahead.
Homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
He's like primary atheist of the.
How did he get to the sadomasochistic? Where did he get that one from? Anyway, rhetorical question.
World. And so if you're going to talk about science and religion, you need people like that to find out where are they thinking, where are they taking us?
Again, science versus religion. They have a science, a pseudoscience, they have a religion, but they call it science and then they compare it to religion. You got your terms wrong, guys. If you think that these guys do science, you are wrong. Science, they need to tell you, look, it works that way. Take a pen, take a paper, write down A, B, C. This is the equation, and you can make it home as well. But they're not doing that. They're telling you, trust us. We are the scientists. This is a religion. How many times do we have to go through saying that again and again?
What's it all about? But we couldn't just feature Richard Dawkins. We need some other views here. And so we combed the landscape. And we found a Jesuit priest. This is the academic order of the Catholic Church. And we have with us Father Martin. Welcome to Star Talk.
Thank you very much.
All right. You, as a modern Catholic, have no problem with evolution.
Correct.
Correct. I can't say the same about other theologians who walk this earth.
Of course, he doesn't have a problem with evolution because he is a Jesuit. And he wants to steal God from you guys.
So what does that mean?
It means that
in the world, in politics, in all of this.
Sure. Well, it means that different Christians have different viewpoints on that. I'm a firm believer in evolution. There are some people who don't believe it. I'm not sure how you can't be convinced if you see the kind of archaeology and the sort of the kind of history of the world. But there they are. So I can't account for ignorance.
Okay, so not to put.
I cannot account for ignorance. Because you have to be able to see archaeology. Well, we've been doing some studies concerning archaeology here, and we are not ignorant on the fact that Noah's Ark has been found. This guy seems to be.
Words in your mouth,
sure.
But what you might be saying here in this conversation is that for religion to go forward and not be in conflict with science, it needs to embrace what science finds about the natural world and not jump in the face of the scientists and say, that conflicts with my interpretation of scripture, therefore you must be wrong.
No, I agree. And I think most religious scientists, I'm not a religious scientist, would say that and would say, you know, this
yes,
is
they
helping,
would, by the way.
Yeah,
yes.
This is helping me
the ones
understand.
I know.
Yeah, this is helping me understand God's beautiful world. And I think what happens sometimes is, you know, religion gets caricatured. So obviously, if you're religious, you must not believe in evolution, which I think is a, you know,
Most
false.
Well, it's certainly true for some. You're saying it's not true for all.
I'd say for a few.
When we come back, we're going to find out if you have to give up your religion to believe in evolution. Clearly, the good father here doesn't. But how about others? When Star Talk continues. So one of the great questions out there is how do we get more religions or more people who are religious on board with the moving frontier of science? Recognizing that you don't have to give up your religion unless perhaps your religion requires that there was no evolution. If it requires it, maybe you got to sort of lose it. But
that's probably pretty few religions, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, right? I mean,
well, I hope so. I don't understand people who can't believe in evolution. I don't understand people who don't look at, the sort of carbon dating and things like that in fossils. I can't understand it. And I have a hard time understanding why people cannot accept the fact that God can work through evolution, that it's just as much of a miracle of creation if it takes 10 million years or 15 million years as if it took 7 days. So I don't understand that. We shouldn't say religious people think this or religious.
I'll explain it to you. You mentioned 3 things. Carbon dating. It doesn't work. There are a lot of assumptions in the mix. And we have gotten the same, we have given the same fossil or rock or whatever we want to date, and we get another number, and then we tell them, hey, I found this that deep in the strata. Are you sure it's correct? And they say, oh, you should have told us that you found it that deep. Let's run the experiment again. And then they run it and they give you a completely different number. And we have carbon dated living snails, and they have dated millions of years old. We have carbon dated animals, fossils that have food in their stomach, and we get different dates for the animal and what it has in its stomach. Like, I don't know, the animals that I know, they don't digest for like 100,000 years. It doesn't take that much. Then you mentioned the word fossils, and just because you mentioned the word fossils, that doesn't imply by itself that there is a continuation of fossils that prove that we came from another species, we or anything else on this world. But we do find things that have died because of the flood. Thirdly, he said that he doesn't understand why it doesn't make sense, because God could also create in millions and billions of years. No, that is a very cruel God, a God that says, well, your purpose in life is to suffer because you don't have what you will need, and your ancestor, no, your offspring will have it. So go ahead and die, suffocate to death, and your next offspring is going to survive better. That's a cruel God. And it's a very weak God as well, if he needs changes and he can't do something immediately. So that's why, Mr. Jesuit priest, I hope it's clear now.
People think that, because it is a label that is applied to people and often applied to make them seem uneducated, insane, or just idiots. And as if you have to check your brain at the door.
Consider again that pale blue dot we've been talking about.
Fake.
Imagine that you take a good long look at it.
He is a hypnotist. So don't allow his words to make you forget that this is fake. Okay? I mean, if in 2024 you still think this is real, what you're watching right now, and since then you've never seen this again, ever, just this once, and then we can't go back, and it's been 50 plus years, go ahead and take their word for it, that what you see right now is real.
Imagine you're staring at the dot for any length of time. And then try to convince yourself that God created the whole universe for one of the 10 million or so species of life that inhabit that speck of dust. Man, in his arrogance, thinks himself a great work, worthy of the interposition of a deity. Darwin wrote telegraphically in his notebook, more humble, and I think truer, to consider him created from animals. Close quote. We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins.
You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian.
You believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's
But
not
it's
a
still a
matter of...
theory.
A fact needs evidence, right? As long as it doesn't.
All right, that's the thing about evolution that people keep forgetting, is that currently it is still a evolutionary theory. It has not been a law yet, a science law. Why? But why do they publish it as if it's like you don't hear about string theory as if it's a fact or stuff like that, or
Right.
you just don't hear people publishing theories as if it's fact like they do with evolution.
And yet, although they present it like it's a fact, they still call it a theory. Why, guys?
Yeah. Which gives everyone else the impression that if they have a theory about something, which isn't bad for somebody to have a theory, but it gives them the impression that if they have a theory, somehow now their own theories are fact.
Yeah, and last time I checked, there is a big gap between something called the theory with something called the fact, and the gap is called evidence. So they know why they have retained the name theory, because they know they truly don't have any.
Yeah.
They talk about Lucy, and then when you look at Lucy as the missing link, you'll see that it was found in an area of like 2 miles, and they brought bones together and they created it. You also learn that they had to Dremel a lot of the bones so they can fit together, because they didn't fit. But nobody's looking into these details. And they're like, but they found Lucy, you know? By the way, Lucy, which is the missing link, is a short name for Lucifer. But who cares, right?
Interesting.
Opinion.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Well, then,
of course they do.
Really?
No, of course they do. If there is no, if you say there is no authority, of course you're free. But if you end up discovering that there was an authority, oh, then you're going to jail.
Yeah.
The example that Isaac gave, I can go around and say, well, there are no cops. I can do whatever I want. Yes, it is a liberating feeling, but is it true? Because if I go out with a gun and start shooting around, then I'll discover that maybe there were cops after all. Man, you see how they phrase the words, and if you don't pause to show how ridiculous what they just said is, it just passes like something normal, but it never is.
The funny thing is how narcissistic some of these people are. They're real manipulative with their words.
Yeah.
They kind of gaslight you into thinking that they're actually telling the truth.
And they have a megalomania. The way they speak about others, like those that have a different view, it's so humiliating.
Yeah, if you talk about me a certain way, you're a problem. But if I talk about you a certain way, then you're the problem.
Yeah,
like,
right.
I could possibly be wrong, right?
Yeah, because I'm in this cult of scientism, and we can call everybody else an idiot.
Yep.
Stephen, you pissed me off. I didn't expect this. So let's keep going.
Who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
And what was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right. How did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else.
I'm a synthetic
But
organic.
Okay. Yeah.
but then
Let me hear the
a
title.
God.
I'm sorry. I'll pause immediately. He's a synthetic organic
chemist.
Synthetic organic chemist. All right. No. Seriously, this guy, you're gonna love what he says, but then people will try to discredit him as being religious. But he's attacking science. This is the interview that Stephen wanted. So go ahead. What did you have in mind?
So he's like no one knows, and I'm like sitting there like, yeah, so we don't know, but a God who says, here, I will give you all wisdom and knowledge if you trust me, says here, this is how I created. He asserts a dominance in the situation and a claim of having created the world and gives us that knowledge of itself. And you want to claim a deniability, like as if you so all right, science means to know, conscience means with knowledge. So if you're really a true scientist and you really are someone that wants to know more, and God says, hey, I will give you more knowing or knowledge if you trust what I'm saying, and he says this is how the world began and I did it, does that not make this person the greater fool in the situation? Right?
Right. And
To deny true knowledge.
people don't see that they say that we can replicate things in a lab and we can do things, but I want you guys to realize that if you don't know how current works, you can't experiment with it. You have to know how it works. I mean, you cannot be like, oh, we don't know that, but we do experiments that prove that the theory that we have of how it happened must be true. How can you have those experiments if you don't know the whole premise? That's not science. That's lying to you. And we know from the Bible that this is the liar's world. He is the father of lies. We are called to not love the world nor love anything inside the world, because the love of the Father is not in us if we do. This world is run by a bunch of liars, and they don't need to go out and attack creationists because they have you. They have convinced you of their lies, and you take it up as a mission to attack those that are trying to wake me up and tell me that a God must exist. Like, it adds up to a God. There is no other way. And we have this YouTube like trend of debating. Is there at any point where people will just say, oh, I got it now? And just enjoy, like, let's talk to a creationist about that one. Okay, we did. What did you understand from it? Let's have another one then. And now let's talk about that one. And let's talk about that one. No, you know, creationists do have other things to do. We just spend a lot of our time to make you wake up, because at some point this world will end or your world will end. One of the two. And in both cases, you have to know the bridge, which is Jesus, because you will find yourself in a cliff that separates your righteousness with God's righteousness. And there is only one bridge to pass that gap. If you want to take up on your shoulders that I'm going to jump very high because I've been a very righteous person and I'm going to get over the gap, good luck. I take the safe route. I take the bridge. Yeah.
I told a coworker of mine recently. I said to him, I was like, you're skeptical of Christianity, and rightly so. Many people have had the same thing. But here's the thing: if I believe in God and it's all a lie, then guess what? I don't lose anything in death. I just go into the dirt like the rest of everybody, same as the
Yep.
atheist. But if it is true, and there's an all-judging God that has given me every opportunity to trust Him for eternal life, but I choose against Him, and He is forced to give me what I want, an absence from God in eternal damnation, and that's where He has to put me because of the results of my actions, then every bit of this life and what I do with it is dependent on that truth. So, and to all the non-Christians out there, that's the same question you have to reason with yourself. Is it worth living your life pretending it's not true to reap the results of it if it is true, than to live it knowing it's true and reaping the benefits, the good benefits that God has promised us by following Him?
Right.
It's not, honestly, the hardest part of Christianity is just letting the earthly things pass by. That's the hardest part of it. Everything else is easy. The spiritual things, God's given us the spirit in order to make that easy. He says his load. Jesus said, "Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly of heart, and you shall find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light." He promises us that spiritually Christianity is easy.
You are
So
roboting, brother. You are roboting.
What?
You are roboting. Your signal got worse right at the end. Give me a test.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3.
I got you. Can you hear me?
Better
Can
now.
you hear me better?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, what Isaac is saying is very important, and it also sheds light to the fact that they are very hypocritical, those that are accusing Christians. And I'll use what he just said to show you hypocrisy. What Isaac is pointing out is that according to the atheistic / evolutionist nihilistic way of seeing things, when I die, nothing happens. So if I believe that something happens and then I die and nothing happens, I don't lose anything. But when you ask them, when you tell them that I'm trying to convince you that there is an afterlife and I'm trying to help you earn it, they say that, and you ask them, what is your side of trying to convince me? And they say, because I want you to have a better life, not thinking that there is an afterlife. You will enjoy your life here more. Because they don't believe in an afterlife. At the same time, they believe that man has created God because it makes life easier. So wait a minute, which one of the two is it? Are we believing because we want our life to be easier? Or are you trying to convince us to make our life easier by believing we are going to nothing and we came from nothing? Which one of the two is it? You can't have both.
And their idea of a better life, in a lot of cases is filling my stomach up with as much alcohol as I possibly can till I throw it up and doing it all over again and over again. living in oblivion, cheating on my wife, and making all of my relationships go to kaplat, you know,
Lying to everybody.
to supposedly have a better life, sit here and go into all kinds of debt, and all for the sake of money, lying to people and going into all these different lawsuits and just atrocities, and violating other people, and somehow that's all supposed to make me have a better life, right?
Right. There was something else in my mind I wanted to mention. That the truth about the Bible is that Jesus told us that once you see the truth, this lying world is gonna hate the guts of you. You're gonna have persecution from the world because it belongs to Satan, and Satan will then hate you. Satan's real name is the one we get in the Bible. Another name for him is Diabolos, which in Latin is Diablo and has been translated to the devil. But the word Diabolos means to pervert, to alter. If you combine that with him being the master of lies, the father of lies, from John 8:44, he is the master of deception and alteration of the truth. So as long as you are deceived, he will not attack you. You might fill up your stomach with alcohol, as Isaac said, and go ahead and cheat on your wife. He's not going to bother you if you do all that. But when you stop doing them, then you raise a flag, and now he's going to attack you. So becoming a Christian is not for an easier life. It's for an afterlife. Life here is going to get worse once you become a Christian.
You know, it's interesting. The thing that I have noticed with my ministry to young men has been the minute they mentally, spiritually decide, I quit, I turn to God, is the minute that the devil tries his hardest to attack them spiritually with physical means, mental means, spiritual means, whatever means he possibly can. A lot of times it involves family because that's the closest thing to us. And he does that so vehemently because in his mind, or in his self, whatever, the devil thinks that if he can just turn us back by giving us enough pressure, then he's won the whole battle. And that's why I tell these guys, don't look at these things as God sitting there punishing you. Understand that God has been waiting for you to turn to him, and this is the devil just trying to attack you so that you shrink away from God's presence. Because God did everything for us to be able to enter boldly into the throne of grace.
Amen.
And the devil doesn't like that because technically the devil had that opportunity. He was at the throne of grace.
Very important point. He's also envious.
So he, enviously is looking at what we have been given the second chance to have and wants to destroy that because he lost that. He had everything God could have given him as an individual angel and lost that. And of course, because he had the knowledge of God at that point and chose to lift himself up in pride, knowing exactly what he was doing. We tend to be at a disadvantage because God created us to be able to know good and evil, but not having to. But since he was able to deceive Adam and Eve into altering the way God created us. Now we're stuck. And God has given us the ability to change that through being born of the Spirit. He doesn't have that kind of divide between body, soul, and spirit. He's just a spirit. And
He
once he
was,
decided to be evil, he was stuck with himself.
yeah, he was
We don't
born.
have to be stuck with ourselves. That's another thing that people, he wants us to think that we're animals so that we're stuck with ourselves. And that's the beauty of salvation, is that we are not stuck with ourselves anymore. We have the perfect opportunity, and we live an entire life with God having put two opportunities. The first opportunity we fail, and the second we get a whole lifetime to try to get. And if we choose against that in the end of our life, that's our choice, but he's given us that. And
And I
because
wanna point out to what
Go
you're
ahead.
saying that the difference with Satan that we have is that Satan was born in spirit, and he fell from spirit. He's still a spirit, but he fell from grace. We get lifted into grace, into spirit by grace, not because we deserve it. It's grace. So
Right.
what he gave away, we are taking it for free. And he's envy of that. He's envious of that.
So he's going to try to do everything to prevent that from us in any amount of deception he can possible. But if deception doesn't work and we're exposed to the truth, he's going to
Then,
work extra hard
yeah,
on the outside of things to make it hard for us and make us go back. Look at the Israelites, for example. Okay, God did everything for him, just plagued Egypt, just destroyed the empire, and let them walk out with jewels and gold and cows and goats and everything they could have possibly had. They got to walk out with it. Probably the richest at that given point, one of the richest nations. They were a great nation, millions of people. God did everything to get them out of there. And then what do? The minute something gets hard, they've got Pharaoh on their heels, and they're right there at the Red Sea. All of a sudden, they start murmuring at God because things got hard. Like God was going to take care of them and do all these great things for them in Egypt, but somehow he couldn't do it for them at the Red Sea, right?
yeah. Let's proceed. I want to ask from the rest of the panel, is anybody here? Because you guys look like being AFK, like away from house, even. Yeah, I thought so. Gangster, are you here? All right. Dan, are you working on that basement again?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Gigi.
Hi.
Steven, where have you been?
Dan's napping.
Achilles, they must have just let you run the thing, and then they went and took off since they knew you were dealing with the video.
Well, I think they are working, they're doing things, and they're listening in. I know Dan is. But Stephen probably left anyway, because we're going into the interview that he wanted to show. So, all right, for the viewers, I'm going to press play, and I'm going to go and make me a coffee, so there's nobody to pose it. If you have any thoughts, hold them until I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'll just put the coffee maker for now. Okay, here we go.
I'm a synthetic organic chemist. Origin of life is purely synthetic organic chemistry. There's no way around it. I am perfectly situated to be commenting on this, to be critiquing the origin of life research. It is abiological. It is before biology takes over. This is purely synthetic organic chemistry. And making these compounds. It's very simple. 4 classes of compounds. You have to make them from what's available on a presumed prebiotic earth. And so the chemistry is not hard for a synthetic organic chemist to follow, and any trained synthetic organic chemist can follow me on this. And I've never seen a synthetic organic chemist disagree with me on this. In fact, the people that might disagree with me are biologists because they've never made anything. The only thing they may have made is they buy a kit and they make it, which is made by chemists, but they've never made anything ab initio. And so it's the synthetic chemist that can critique origin of life research better than anyone else. So go ahead, ask your synthetic chemist friends to listen to what I have to say. If they have anywhere a master's degree or beyond in synthetic organic chemistry, have them critique what I say. We do not know how to build even a simple bacterium. The simplest bacterium with its 256 protein coding genes, we have no idea how to build it. First of all, we don't know how to build the molecules, the 4 classes of molecules that are needed for it. We don't know how to, even if we had those 4 classes of molecules, assemble them even into the simplest of bacteriums. We don't know how to do that. One can do that with the technologies we have today. We can make technologies, but we can't even make the simplest bacterium. Anybody who would say something contrary does not know what they are talking about. Show me the demonstration. Nobody has ever done it. And it's not because of lack of effort. It's not because of lack of will. First of all, they haven't been able to get the molecules to do this. And if they could make the molecules, even if we were to give them the molecules, they wouldn't have the information. There would be no inherent information in the DNA. But even if we gave them the DNA in the structure that they wanted, they wouldn't know how to put all the components together because of the sophistication within a cell. The interactomes, meaning that the interacting connectivity between the molecules, the van der Waals interactions, all of these have to be in the right place and in the right order for a cell to function. We don't even know how to define life, let alone knowing how to spark it to begin. When one looks at a typical textbook, one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that. We don't even know how to make the molecules. We are lost on how to do this. We can't even make the basic building blocks. But even if we could, from prebiotic type environment to make these, with all the intellect that we put into this, even if we could make them, we have no idea how to assemble them. You say, well, we can make the liposome, the cell membrane. We cannot. There's over 40,000 lipids have been identified in cell membranes. You want to take some simple ones? It's not just individual lipid membranes. You have to have the inside and the outside of the membrane have to be different. You have to have this huge array of proteins, that transmembrane proteins, and you have to have carbohydrates on the surface as identifiers. Even in the simplest bacterium, we have no idea how to put the structure together. It's not there. So not only do we not know how to make the basic components, we do not know how to build the structure even if we were given the basic components. So the Gedanken experiment is this: even if I gave you all the components, even if I gave you all the amino acids, all the protein structures from those amino acids that you wanted, all the lipids in the purity that you wanted, the DNA, the RNA, even in the sequence that you wanted, so I'm even giving you the code. And so now I say, and all the nucleic acids, can you now assemble a cell here in your individual bodies, not in your individual laboratories, not in a prebiotic cesspool, but in your nice laboratory? And the answer is a resounding no. And if anybody claims otherwise, they do not know this area.
Discuss.
This guy, I don't even think he's done, but this guy is like the smoking gun to these atheists. and it's right pointed in their face. He calls all their crap out because Claude was in the comment section lying earlier. He said, no true scientist says that we can create life, blah, 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 but with a stupid French accent. But here's the thing. If that was true, and Claude's not just a filthy liar, then this scientist here would not be trying to disprove what the other scientists apparently aren't saying, right?
And there's a difference in scientist with scientist. He told us that he's a synthetic chemist, and he doesn't care what biologists say because they have never attempted to create something.
Right.
If somebody can debate me on this, he says, he has to be a synthetic chemist, just like me. In fact, because you weren't here, my brother, let me know where we are. We are at 1534. So let me go back to this. I want you to hear his credentials and how he speaks about it. It's very important. So just because somebody else is a scientist, I have a science degree on computers.
Yep.
That's not the same with a synthetic chemist. You know what I'm saying? It's
Dude,
still
my field of study was science, political science. I'm not a
political
scientist.
science. Exactly. So listen to that.
I'm a synthetic organic chemist. Origin of life is purely synthetic organic chemistry. There's no way around it. I'm perfectly situated to be commenting on this, to be critiquing the origin of life research. It is abiological. It is before biology takes over. This is purely synthetic organic chemistry. And making these compounds, it's very simple. 4 classes of compounds. You have to make them from what's available on a presumed prebiotic earth. And so the chemistry is not hard for a synthetic organic chemist to follow, and any trained synthetic organic chemist can follow me on this. And I've never seen a synthetic organic chemist disagree with me on this. In fact, the people that might disagree with me are biologists because they've never made anything. The only thing they may have made is they buy a kit and they make it, which is made by chemists, but they've never made anything ab initio. And so it's the synthetic chemist that can critique origin of life research better than anyone else. So go ahead, ask your synthetic chemist friends to listen to what I have to say. If they have anywhere a master's degree or beyond in synthetic organic chemistry, have them critique what I say.
No, Claude has a different opinion, and BBM too.
What's their opinion? Pray, do tell.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, until they get a PhD in synthetic, I can't even phrase it, synthetic chemistry, but biological chemistry, he said. Wait a minute, man. I want to hear that again. Synthetic biological chemistry, was it?
Telegraph.
I'm a little bit lost now because you said several things and it got me confused with what he said. But he is picking at the biologists, right?
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. He's picking at chemists.
No.
Because he's a synthetic. He's a synthetic.
He's saying that whoever has the degree that he has will not disagree with what he's saying.
True.
Those that will disagree are those that have only created something from buying a kit, which came from guys like him. So if you are not an expert in how chemical bonds happen and things can get together, you might disagree with me. I don't care. I'm the expert here. You're not. Because you found like some fossils in the ground, you say, oh, it must have. No, it doesn't. Let's hear the title.
I'm a synthetic organic chemist.
Oh, organic. Yes. Synthetic organic chemist.
They're the ones
Origin
who
of
can
life.
make the critique. Okay.
Yeah.
Synthetic organic chemist.
And he's actually challenging the viewer. If you have another synthetic organic chemist of a master's degree and above, show them this video, and they will not disagree with what I'm saying. But everybody below it, oh, they have disagreements. But what do they know? They don't make things. They don't understand how things get together. He does.
Life is purely synthetic organic chemistry. There's no way around it. I'm perfectly situated to be commenting on this, to be critiquing the origin of life research. It is abiological. It is before biology takes over. This is purely synthetic organic chemistry. And making these compounds is very simple. 4 classes of compounds. You have to make them from what's available on a presumed prebiotic earth. And so the chemistry is not hard for a synthetic organic chemist to follow. And any trained synthetic organic chemist can follow me on this. And I've never seen a synthetic organic chemist disagree with me on this. In fact, the people that might disagree with me are biologists because they've never made anything. The only thing they may have made is they buy a kit and they make it, which is made by chemists, but they've never made anything ab initio. And so it's the synthetic chemist that can critique origin of life research better than anyone else. So go ahead. Ask your synthetic chemist friends to listen to what I have to say. If they have anywhere a master's degree or beyond in synthetic organic chemistry, have them critique what I say. We do not know how to build even a simple bacterium. The simplest bacterium with its 256 protein coding genes, we have no idea how to build it. First of all, we don't know how to build the molecules, the 4 classes of molecules that are needed for it. We don't know how to, even if we had those 4 classes of molecules, assemble them even into the simplest of bacteriums. We don't know how to do that. One can do that with the technologies we have today. We can make technologies, but we can't even make the simplest bacterium. Anybody who would say something contrary does not know what they are talking about. Show me the demonstration. Nobody has ever done it. And it's not because of lack of effort. It's not because of lack of will. First of all, they haven't been able to get the molecules to do this. And if they could make the molecules, even if we were to give them the molecules, they wouldn't have the information. There would be no inherent information in the DNA. But even if we gave them the DNA in the structure that they wanted, they wouldn't know how to put all the components together because of the sophistication within a cell. The interactomes, meaning that the interacting connectivity between the molecules, the van der Waals interactions, all of these have to be in the right place and in the right order for a cell to function. We don't even know how to define life, let alone knowing how to spark it to begin. When
This
one
might be
looks
the
at a
only
typical textbook,
honest scientist ever.
Seriously.
I mean, you'll never hear a scientist with this man's qualifications ever being this honest again, and I would be very surprised if he does not become suicided in the near future.
It's hard to find one to be on the internet because they have a family to feed, and if they know that they are lying, they will not be the ones to represent the smoking gun. In short, they don't all have the balls that this guy has. I'm sorry for my friends, but this is what we're watching here. We're watching somebody that has the nerve to go out and tell you the truth. Yeah, and now it gets worse.
one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that. We don't even know how to make the molecules. We are lost on how to do this. We can't even make the basic building blocks. But even if we could, from prebiotic type environment to make these, with all the intellect that we put into this, even if we could make them, we have no idea how to assemble them. You say, well, we can make the liposome, the cell membrane. We cannot. There's over 40,000 lipids have been identified in cell membranes. You want to take some simple ones? It's not just individual lipid membranes. You have to have the inside and the outside of the membrane have to be different. You have to have this huge array of proteins, that transmembrane proteins, and you have to have carbohydrates on the surface as identifiers. Even in the simplest bacterium, we have no idea how to put the structure together. It's not there. So not only do we not know how to make the basic components, we do not know how to build the structure even if we were given the basic components. So the Gedanken experiment is this: even if I gave you all the components, even if I gave you all the amino acids, all the protein structures from those amino acids that you wanted, all the lipids in the purity that you wanted, the DNA, the RNA, even in the sequence that you wanted. So I'm even giving you the code. And so now I say, and all the nucleic acids. Can you now assemble a cell here in your individual bodies, not in your individual laboratories, not in a prebiotic cesspool, but in your nice laboratory? And the answer is a resounding no. And if anybody claims otherwise, they do not know this area. This is how far the misunderstanding has gone. Even science professors, even biology professors, think that there is a near building of life, that we understand all the ways to build life. We do not. Not only have none of the molecules been made ab initio under prebiotic-like conditions to make the homochiral molecules that are made. Remember, we need 4 classes of molecules. We need the nucleic acids, and then the homochiral systems that for the amino acids, which then need to be built up into protein structures. We need the carbohydrates, which have to be built up into the polycarbohydrate structures. And then we need the lipids, which also are chiral. All of these we need in homochiral form. We don't know how to do this in any prebiotic type scenario at all. These have not been made. And then to assemble these into a cell, it's never been done. So there's a gross misunderstanding. And this misunderstanding has come because of the projections of those who work in the area of origin of life. They do one little thing and then they extrapolate it, and then they work with the press to ramp it up even more, and they project as if they really know it. And so the layperson reads this and says, you see, scientists understand. And then it's not just the layperson. Scientists think that other scientists understand all of this, but they do not.
So this is a cell. What is...
I rest my case, huh?
Well, and
Steven.
that's the thing. Every time we get talking to one of these lower level YouTube scientists, one of these YouTube defenders of their faith, they always say, the scientists agree, the scientists agree. But what do they agree on? Because this guy says they all agree on nonsense. So, I mean, which experts do we go with? Do we go with the experts who don't actually know the field of study, and they know a similar field of study, and they can assemble these very fancy, erector sets? Or do we go with the people in the actual field of study who say, no, guys, it's impossible. We're much dumber than you think we are.
And when you corner one on one field, they will say, well, I'm not a biologist to know that, but biologists know it. And then discussion goes to another subject and say, well, I'm not a cosmologist. But you know what, guys? I'm none of those either. But I understand that Big Bang doesn't get back together so things can gravitate together. I don't need to be a cosmologist to understand that this is dumb.
Well, the issue that they have with the Big Bang is the one you've pointed out a half a dozen times. And it's the fact that you have to have the chemical matter in makeup to create the explosion. And they say that the stars is what the explosion of the star is what created the elements. So, I mean, it's totally backwards and it has to be one or the other, but they claim it both ways.
Plus, I wanna just show the viewers how simple it is. And I'm going to ask Stephen, who I know is not a cosmologist, unless he is hiding things from me. So
I'm
Stephen,
not a cosmologist.
So let's say there is one point, the singularity. All right, there is one little point, and you get an explosion from that point. As things go away from that point, as the distance each object has from the point, the distance between the different objects grows. Because if you go back, they all go to the same point. So the further they go from the point, the further the distance from each other is. What brings them back together so then they can interact? Even by like the whole thought, it's just dumb.
Very, very good question, Achilles. And I imagine if we were to ask, we would find that the answer is probably we don't know. I would be willing to bet, because that's always their answer, right? It's rare that they ever give us a different answer.
The other answer is I'm not a cosmologist. I wouldn't know. But the thing is,
but we have professionals, and we trust the professional, Achilles,
because they have a telescope in their room, you know. So
I read an article out of the Reader's Digest, and he had a picture of a telescope near Grace Tyson. That means we ought to believe him, mate.
Oh man, when will I live for the moment that one of them is gonna turn around and say, guys, I've been dumb, and I just admitted that I've been dumb all my life, and Jesus is real, and I don't even need him to thank me or you.
Good luck, Achilles.
But
good luck.
With those militant ones, at least, you know, the ones that go out, that they feel like debating, and they learn some terms, they read their Wikipedia, and we have like the Greek salad, we have the Italian salad, and now we have the word salad. Like,
oh, speaking of that, Achilles, that reminds me, I went out with my wife the other day, and she ordered an omelet, and I just want to let you know that it was a Greek omelet. Allegedly.
Yeah, the thing in the States is that they put the label Greek on a lot of things, and if you try,
we don't expect you guys to come eat over here just to prove us otherwise. You know what I mean?
I remember that a Greek restaurant, one that you wanted to go at some point,
because it was made by a person named Jan.
Yeah, she said it wasn't good because it was made by a person named Jan, not a Greek.
Sounds so authentic.
Yeah, it just wasn't a Greek making it.
And by the way, I didn't even know that we have a special omelette over here. We have the same omelette that I get in Italy or wherever I go.
I think what made it Greek is that it had feta cheese
and
lamb. Oh yeah,
lamb.
It didn't have spinach.
Yeah.
Lamb in the omelette.
Yeah.
Lambs don't lay eggs, dude.
Oh man, Isaac had to go. That's a shame. Isaac left us.
Oh man. Anyway, I remember that Greek restaurant that you had me check out. They have all Greek IPs cannot see the restaurant, the website, the main website, and I'm pretty sure there is a good reason for that.
Because y'all be calling them out.
Yeah. And they probably did in the past, and they're like, okay, let's ban like the whole country. like every IP that starts from 19, ban it, you know. Steven, I need to go get my coffee.
Okay.
You can press play if you want, or talk to some atheists.
I think we might talk and provoke for just a moment and wait to play it till you get back. So, Brother Achilles is going to freshen up his coffee. President Dan is in the background, and I assume he's overseeing and listening and just making sure that we cooperate and behave ourselves. Excuse me. You know, I find that as I get older, I become more and more like Dr. Kent Hovind. My throat is been overused. And I'll tell you guys what, thousands of years from now, when they dig up my body and they see my jawbones, they're going to think I was a woman. My wife's looking at me. I don't think she's amused. All right. So anyone out in the comment section, feel free to come tell us that we're ignorant, and feel free to come tell us why and where we're wrong. If you can keep it on topic, Bok, that's right. If you can keep it on topic, we'll allow for the next 5 minutes anyone to come join. If you keep it on the topic of evolution. But I don't think you can do that because there you go. We got the chicken and the dinosaur problem.
Yeah, because dinosaurs like evolved to birds, right? According to their theory. But where did dinosaurs come from? They did hatch from an egg. That's the dinosaur and the chicken problem. So there are like the reason we just jumped into cosmology is because the whole theory of evolution requires a series of thousands, not just 1,000 assumptions, a series of thousands of assumptions. You have assumptions from the Big Bang, you have assumptions from creation of the first chemical elements, you have assumptions about the creation of the Earth, there are assumptions about biology, and then at some point we arrive to human, and everything before it is all an assumption. Now, if you say, well, Achilles, yeah, well, you also assume there is a God because there is no evidence for that. A, I do admit it's a religion. Ta-da. But B, the evidence is everywhere for him. There is a creator. I have a computer right here next to me, and there is no evidence of me inside that computer that I built. The evidence for the creator are not inside his creation. But you gotta be pretty dumb to not see that there is evidence for him everywhere.
If I could take one moment to break away from this, Achilles, and then I'll let you have the presentation back. There's a brother in the Lord who has donated 3 years now to Dinosaur Adventureland and helping build the kingdom and win souls. And he's even got some interview time in the documentary, The Unmasking Kent Hovind. And he's got a heart of gold. And they found a tumor the size of a baseball in his head. And
40. Today's his birthday.
Today's his birthday. He turns 40 today. Yeah. Today's his 40th birthday. He's been in the hospital for 2 days now. They admitted him as soon as they found it. But they need some help. If anybody out there who's watching this can, or at the very least, if you can just share it, I put it in the comment section. Please copy and paste it. But this is for Rex's brain surgery and recovery. And it's going to be a lot of time and a lot of money if he can even make it through the surgery. So if you guys can, if you're capable of helping, we ask that you would. He's a really good brother in the Lord. He's got a real good tender heart, and him and his wife could use the help.
Man, if you whoever is watching cannot, what you can do is copy the link and share it in your Facebook or social media or whatever you're using, because if they can get here and read the text that he has, maybe somebody that came from you can contribute the whole amount. So it will be you that did that. All you have to do is share the link.
Yeah, amen. So Achilles, you can put your thing back up, and then whenever you're done, go ahead and put this back up.
Okay.
That way we can advertise it while we're talking, but after your presentation. But you guys definitely, if you have the means at all, please go help. Anything would help. And this is somebody who really does deserve it, and it's going to a good cause.
And a brain surgery, man, it's very tough stuff. Very tough stuff.
I brought yours back up, Achilles, and then whenever you're finished, we'll put that back up till the show's over to help advertise for it.
Yep. All right. Pose anytime you want, brother, if you have something to say.
Okay.
The origin of life. How do you get a cell like this? What is the origin of something like this? This is an amazing machine. A cell is an amazing machine. It's not just a blob of protoplasm. Every day it gets harder to have the origin of life, to come up with a scenario, because the origin of life becomes more and more complex every day. A cell is a factory. It has the lipid bilayer, which is extremely selective to let certain things in and not other things. It has all of this substructure in here, these little areas where energy is made in here. It has these microtubules which can form so you can move matter from point A to point B. If you go to a factory, what you see is these overhead hanging machines that are moving materials from point A to point B. In these systems, and the way they do this is they build these racks, but same thing happens in a cell. You get these microtubules to move material from point A to point B, and then as soon as the material is done moving, the microtubule breaks down and then assembles some other place. You say, well, why doesn't it leave it there? Because then the cell would become too rigid. So it just rebuilds it. It's just amazing factory what's happening in a cell. This is what we have to make. If we want to have origin of life, you got to start here. You don't start here. You start with a single cell. Just build a single cell. That's what we have to do in origin of life. Nobody has ever done this. If you've been taught that simple forms of life have been made, that is a lie that you are believing. Somebody told you a lie. That has never been done. Next slide. Organisms care about life. Molecules don't care. Chemistry, on the contrary, is utterly indifferent to life. Without a biologically derived entity acting upon them, molecules have never been shown to evolve toward life. Never. Molecules don't care about life. They don't know anything about moving toward life. They have no brain. Organisms want to move toward life and keep life going. Molecules don't care about life. Nobody has ever seen molecules assemble toward life. Never. It doesn't happen without a biological entity working on them. I asked all my colleagues, can you show me an example of this? Of molecules moving toward order, moving toward an ordered system where you have a non-regular assembly. Regular assembly is like A or AB. That you can get pure thermodynamic assembly. But non-ordered assembly is a non-regular pattern. That's what you have in DNA. We know from computer science you have to have non-regular patterns in order to have complexity for living systems. And I asked my colleagues, do you have any example of molecules without a biological entity acting upon them, moving to give an ordered assembly that is a non-regular pattern? And they sent me papers where chemists have taken molecules and assembled them in that way. I said, non-biological entity. You can't have a human doing this. Molecules don't move toward life. Well, even if you want to have molecules move toward life and you have human beings working upon them, can the human beings do it? And the answer is no. Next slide. So almost every chemical synthesis experiment in origin of life research can be summed up by a protocol analogous to this. They purchase chemicals generally in high purity from a chemical company.
All right, so that's what they do. They first purchase the chemicals. They mix those chemicals together in water in high concentrations in a specific order under some set of carefully devised conditions in a modern lab. Then they can obtain a mixture of compounds that have a resemblance to one or more of the basic 4 classes of chemicals needed for life. So what you need for life is you need carbohydrates, nucleic acids, amino acids, and lipids. That's what we know. All life we know composes those 4 building blocks. So they try to make those 4 building blocks. Then they publish a paper making bold assertions about origin of life from these functionless crude mixtures of stereochemically scrambled intermediates, much like Miller did in 1952. Nothing has changed in 66 years. Nothing. Nothing's changed. Exactly where we were in 1952 is exactly where we have remained. Think about what's been done in science in the past 60 years. Think about how we have now satellite connectivity. Remember, in 1952, there had never been a satellite. Now we have satellite connectivity. We have cell phones. We have structure of DNA. We can manipulate DNA structure. Nothing has changed in origin of life studies in 66 years. That's important to realize. Then you engage with the ever gullible press to dial up the knob of unjustified extrapolations. Watch the mesmerized layperson exclaim, "You see, scientists understand how life formed." Then you encourage a generation of science textbook writers to make colorful, deceptive cartoons of raw chemicals assembling from cells which then emerge as slithering creatures from a prehistoric pond. That is exactly what is done every one of their experiments.
Evolution is a fact.
Right. It's a fact.
If by fact they mean falsified, atrocious, I don't know. That's all I could come up with.
Comics inside textbooks. Yeah, then yeah, that's a different fact.
Communist. Yeah, okay.
Those that I know.
Oh, we got halfway there, brother.
Oh man. Let's hear Dawkins.
Okay. And I did post in the back link for you, the shorter link, and I'm going to post it in the comment section too for everybody who wants to go check it out.
Okay.
It's documented by science.
Right. How did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
Believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe.
Well,
but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
But there is another point.
It looks like we may have a nibble, Achilles.
There is a big fallacy here in your
What's the fallacy?
In your rationale, Mr. Richard. So because we don't know, then we can assume that there could be some intelligent life form that seeded us. As long as it's not God, it's okay for Mr. Dawkins, all right? But then he says...
They're staying true, though, Achilles. Like, they're staying true to form. And what I mean by that is all they ever do to try to disprove God is kick the can down the road. Like with the Big Bang, they can't explain it. So now it's just a dwarf Big Bang from a lot earlier. They can't ever define it or explain it. So they just kick the can down the road. And that's what he did with the alien thing. Because even if there was an evolved species that seeded us, what started them? You know what I mean? Like you got the same problem, but a lot further back again.
Okay. One very important point is this one. But what I'm trying to point out here is that because there are things we don't understand here on this evolutionary process, then we say that another evolutionary process created another species that came here and made this evolutionary process work. But wait a minute. It should work on its own. If somebody had to intervene, then in their evolutionary process, somebody else must have intervened. So you see the fallacy here? Like, it's just so dumb. Like, it's not even kicking the can down the road. It's not even that. It's the fact that you cannot have it working by an intelligent life form, and that intelligent life form didn't need it.
Yeah, true.
Wait a minute. Give me a minute. Man, I don't believe this, man. I spend all day in the heat because I don't have a shed to work on the bike. And I was working on the heat, and it's a very hot day. And now that I have it outside, it's raining. A thunder fell and it started raining. So I gotta rush out and go and pick up some stuff that I've left outside. There. Gotta be right back.
Oh, Achilles, you had one job. All right, go ahead. I'm kidding.
Satan will do anything he can to stop this, but it ain't stopping. I'll be right back.
That's all right. Well, hey, we welcome anyone and everyone to come onto the panel. There's a few people that are on our permanent ban list and a few that are on our temporary ban list. So the rules are no foul language, no blaspheming or mocking God, and we don't bring up personal attacks. So if we can keep to those, anyone is welcome on. The link is pinned in the comment section, and I just recently posted a fresh version out there floating around for you guys. So you are welcome to come on and defend the religion of evolution, because when you get down to it, that's what it is, a religion. All right. But you know what we have found is recently, not many people are actually willing to come on and defend it anymore. Like, we had a couple big hitters coming around for a while, Mark Reed being one of them, and he's considered like one of the best YouTube debaters out there in the atheist YouTube community. And we just repeatedly chewed him up and like digested him for protein, like repeatedly. Actually, man, I could probably share that until Achilles gets back, because he won't like me to do it, but because he makes him Achilles. He's so humble. He doesn't like taking any credit. But he did this edit of us roughhousing with Mark, and it was just so clever and so perfect. Let's see here. Recent uploads. And I don't think we have to go that far back. Let's see. Where did we hide this, Achilles? Let's see. Is this one? I don't think this is it. No, that's not it. Okay. I don't know how, but I blame this on Dustin Buck. But again, I don't know how. but I'm going to blame it on Dustin. Well, you know what? Maybe it was longer ago than I thought. He's been gone for that long, man. We terrified him. I feel really bad now. I need to make a long distance call and just make sure he's okay and that he's not losing sleep at night still. Oh, here we have it. This is it. Oof. All right. Y'all be praying for Mark Reed. He got whooped up on. All right. That's not at all. Okay. We're going to do this until Brother Achilles gets back. And you'll thank me in the long run. I'm sure of it. All right. So here we have it. And
observe, study, and test. We do observe, study, and test evolution. There's multiple experiments that we've done. You're sort of trying to conflate that we need to observe it directly, but no one's ever seen the Earth go around the sun directly. No one's ever seen an electron directly. It's all indirect things that we've tested and observed in a secondhand way from the effects they produce, not from observing it directly. That's how science works. And you're sort of showing that you don't understand the role of observation in science here.
Ad hominem fallacy. The ad hominem fallacy happens when someone attempts to discredit someone's argument with personal attacks rather than the substance of the argument itself.
And when we say we believe it, it's also that the scientific institutions in America and around the world have completely backed this scientific principle.
Genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy is the act of rejecting or accepting an argument solely on the basis of its origin rather than its content. Appeal to authority fallacy. It is a form of argument in which the mere fact that an influential figure holds a certain position is used as evidence that the position itself is correct.
Albert Einstein once said, "What is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right." This is certainly the case when it comes to ad populum fallacies, or the appeal to popularity. Most simply put, this fallacy goes like this. If many believe so, it is so. This would be an example of an ad populum fallacy. It is saying that if many people believe the president is doing a great job, then he is doing a great job. This is obviously not the case, since groups of people can be wrong. Hitler and the Nazi Party, for example, had high approval ratings. Does this mean Hitler did a great job? Now, popularity, or a general understanding by a group of people or experts, should not be disregarded. In fact, a prevailing belief can be true. However, popular opinion as evidence to prove something as true or false is fallacious. Famed scientist Stephen Hawking wrote, "When a book was published entitled 100 Authors Against Einstein, he, Albert Einstein, retorted, 'If I were wrong, then one would have been enough.'" Here, Einstein makes the point that if you seek to disprove something, use evidence, not popular opinion.
It is only your religious belief that rejects it, because you have to start with the Bible, because you're a fundamentalist Baptist. You start with the Bible and say it cannot be true because of the Bible. That is not how science works.
Red herring fallacy. A red herring is something that misleads or distracts from a relevant or important question. It might be used to change the subject. Texas sharpshooter fallacy. The Texas sharpshooter fallacy takes its name from the metaphor of a gunman shooting and then drawing targets around the bullet hole clusters to make it look like he hit the target. It illustrates how people first figure out what their conclusion is and then go looking for data that supports it, ignoring differences and randomness.
All right. That's all I'm going to play of that for the moment. Now, question for everyone out there. I saw an upload from, maybe it was an upload teaser from Brett Kane on YouTube. Any of you out there catch that or see what was going on? That's interesting. Something to keep your eye open for. If you're out in the listening audience and you want to debate the false religion of evolution, you can come on before we close it down. We'll probably be shutting it down here very shortly, so come get your last thoughts in. Dan Pawsey, are you still listening, or are you just being a sport and lending us your avatar?
I'm in and out.
Okay. What are you working on at the moment?
Sleeping.
You were working on sleeping?
I am.
Oh, you need to rest. All right. Well, go back to bed, Dan. We're going to let you rest.
Keep up the great talk.
All right. We actually might be shutting it down soon. I'm not sure if Achilles is going to be coming back. I guess we could go ahead with the presentation. He said that we could. All right, so we'll do that, y'all. We'll go ahead and finish the presentation.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Many people are extremely illogical.
Of course, and this is where Ancient Aliens enters the picture. Coming from an academic like Richard Dawkins. He's like the main spokesperson for evolution these days. Which means if that's the main view of evolution, that's what's making it into the textbooks. And of course, that's what we are being indoctrinated with on a regular basis on primetime television. You know, Ancient Aliens is just one of many shows out there putting forth that idea. So, you know, as I'm going through all this stuff and the question is popping in my head, look, are we going to trust science or the Bible?
46% of Americans believe the story of Genesis is true. So I just want...
amazing. It's astonishing.
I know that the world was created in 6 days.
So are you urging people to give up on the idea of creationism?
Oh, yeah. Please.
The amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today, okay? And anyway.
By the end of the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble, working with the large 100-inch telescope atop Mount Wilson outside Los Angeles, had established that our galaxy was only one of many galaxies in the universe.
When we look out at other galaxies, on average, they're moving away from us. And those that are twice as far away are moving twice as fast. And those that are 3 times as far away are moving 3 times as fast. And of course, that makes us look like we're the center of the universe.
Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable.
Several decades ago, we found a problem so great that it was brushed under the carpet for many a decade. And this is the fact that galaxies spin too fast. In fact, 10 times too fast. By rights, the galaxy should fly apart. Therefore, scientists said that we have to have dark matter, a halo of matter that surrounds the galaxy and holds the galaxy together.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
What is a little bit perturbing is that after 50 years, we still haven't found what the dark matter is. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there. It just means they're harder to find than we thought.
We look out in the universe, and 85% of all the gravity that's out there has some mysterious unknown source. We add up all the stars, the galaxies, the planets, the comets, the black holes, the dark clouds, everything out there that we can see, touch, smell, or taste.
You see, he has a telescope. He is probably, he knows what he's talking about. He has a telescope.
Well, it's not that impressive of a telescope, though.
Right? I mean, you can't even, if you want to watch your neighbor getting naked, it's not good enough. It's such a small telescope. You buy this for $100 from Walmart. That doesn't make you a scientist. I don't even want to go to sizes, Stephen. I'm just pointing out enough about it. I'm not a scientist, and I can't even lift mine. But he's a cosmologist, and that's his. And he's going to say, well, when I use a telescope, I rent the big ones. Yeah, okay, but what about your money? Where do you spend them? Show me. Cars, watches, right? And of course, there is a lot of balls behind him, so that's another given. But let's proceed.
All right.
And it doesn't add up to give us the gravity that we see operating in this universe. So really, we should be calling it the dark force, because we don't know if it's made of matter. It could be a profound misnomer, sending people off in thought directions that might not really be the right path. So dark matter is just simply what we call this thing about which we know nothing, responsible for 85% of the gravity of the cosmos. It is the longest standing unsolved problem in modern astrophysics. Dark matter, dark energy. Everything we know about the universe, what we're made of, galaxies, stars, planets, that's all right here. So, according to this chart, we are 96% stupid.
So the problem with cosmology is that we keep inventing theories, ad hoc theories, to try to explain the data, such as inflation, dark matter, dark energy, and so on, just to keep patching the theory up.
There is a crisis in cosmology. Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
A very large number of universes, perhaps even an infinite number, could in principle exist in a vast hyperspace.
We can understand the idea of hyperspace by comparing it to a mug of beer.
Beer. The beer mug would be the hyperspace, and the bubbles would be these individual universes. The bubbles in a beer mug are all physically about the same. But suppose they span a range of properties.
Suppose this, suppose that, we can imagine, we might consider imagine science.
You can only imagine. That's right, because it can in no way be reality.
Oh, man. And they do that to cover up all those gaps. They have to imagine things to cover the gaps, and then they present it as an overall science. Don't mind the gap. All right. Continuing on.
Some of them might have carbon and oxygen and stars and gravity, and others don't. We would be in one of the ones that leads to a rich, complex universe culminating with life as we know it.
If there are an infinite number of other universes, the fine-tuning that seems to be present in ours isn't an example of God's plan, but rather the law of statistics. Most of these universes wouldn't naturally develop in ways that fostered intelligent life, but a few would.
So with that mentality, that we just so happened to be in that one universe out of so many infinite, that this one made sense. Well, have you ever considered how many were the chances? According to statistics,
Like the odds of us existing outside of the Goldilocks zone, or what exactly?
If there is like an infinite number of universes, in the other universes, this perfection that we see on this one may not exist. So we just so happened to be on the one that everything does make sense and they work together and stuff like that, but it's just a statistical coincidence. And I'm asking, if there are infinite universes and we so happened to be in the perfect one, can you think of the statistics of what were the chances to be in that one and you don't have a tail growing out of your nose? I know some people do though, but
I do agree that multiverses equals blind faith. Otangelo says that. I disagree with other aspects of his thought, but the multiverse equating to blind faith, that absolutely is supernatural. Like you're getting into fairy tale realms that they're using in popular movies being released as we speak. You know what I mean?
yeah, and people see things in movies and then they make perfect sense because they saw it in a movie. It's at some point I was getting aggravated with all this. Now I just find it very dumb. I don't know.
What if it's social conditioning, right? And the
Yes.
social conditioning is to get people used to the concept that there are superior beings, or that people can achieve the ability to be a superior being, a superhero, a superhuman. And then they're conditioning us to that now. Then they'll offer us in small doses the conditioning to give us those abilities. It'll start off with something like immunity to sicknesses or immunity to cancer in the future, something that everybody's going to want to take advantage of. And there won't be any side effects. They'll have it down to a perfect science so that everybody wants to get on board. But then it slowly goes into the mark of the beast. And in order to achieve that godlike status, you have to worship his image, which is to be like God, to be superhuman, and you have to take the mark.
And there were a couple of series in this conditioning, because I've stopped following Hollywood, but I'm pretty sure the conditioning hasn't stopped. Alien movies keep popping out one after the other. But there used to be a series back in my day called Heroes.
Yes, I remember.
Those that didn't follow it till the final series, the final season, I'm sorry, they don't know that at the end they created a shot, a VAX I-N-E, which turned you into a hero. It turned you superhuman. There was another series called The 4400, which was about everybody that was kidnapped by aliens in the history of mankind, added up to the number 4400. And then one day they all suddenly returned, and every one of them was given some specific power. So I was hooked with that one as well. And on the final season of that, again, a shot was created that was turning now everybody into somebody who has an extra gift and was superhuman. So you gotta be able to see patterns and see that there is a pattern in telling you that you could be more than just human. But as Stephen said,
pay attention too. Pay attention to the patterns of movies. They'll release a whole lot of the material at one time to start conditioning you. Like they'll start, like it'll be okay, for a while there was an obsession with zombie outbreak. Okay. And it went to the extreme that they had instructions for surviving a zombie outbreak on the CDC website, Center for Disease Control website, had advice for a possible zombie outbreak. It was that big of a deal. Okay. And I'm not saying that people are going to die and then come back to life, but if you watch the movie, I think it's World War Z, it's more of a rabies type of zombie outbreak. And that's something that could be realistically weaponized from governments for population control. And I don't think the CDC would be giving warnings on an official government website if there wasn't some basis of reality in it, right? That would just be weird.
And if you have been, you viewer, have been up to date with how many biological labs we have discovered where they have been experimented with viri, you would be amazed. You should look it up. And by what I mean by discovered, I mean with the recent war that happened in Europe, that war, we discovered a lot of those. And they are American run laboratories that Newland is her name. She had to come out and admit it and say, well, yeah, we have some labs. They are there in the UK, our country, but they're just, you know, silly. But we've found the papers, and they're not silly. Weaponizing flies to carry diseases and spread viruses around. That mosquitoes, every flying thing. So there is a possibility that this is going to happen.
That's biological and chemical warfare. Yep. Those things violate the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, and she was mumbling about it. She wasn't very, you know, open about it. She just said that we need to protect some facilities, American interests. So they've been experimenting with flies and stuff like that. And the reason they are not released is because they want to target specific types of genomes. Because there is a difference in genomes in different nations of the earth, and they want to find a method to hit specific ones and not everybody. And you know which ones they are trying to go for if the labs are all in UKR.
Very interesting. Very highly suspect.
And Nuland, wherever she goes, you know that a war is coming. Like, it's going after her. Victoria is her name. Victoria Nuland, I think.
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
If you see her face, you might have nightmares. But yeah, Victoria Nuland. Huh. My memory serves me well. This one right here. I told you you might have nightmares if I show you her face. You see her? Ugh.
I have no idea who she is. Who is she?
Oh, she's a diplomat of yours. Exterior.
Of ours?
Yeah.
Oh, exterior cabinet kind of thing? Yeah. All right. Victoria Newland says U.S. supports Ukraine. Well, I don't know. Good for her.
Bad for you and the rest of us. Good for her, bad for the rest of us.
Well, the New World Order is got just about as much of the left as they can this go around from the Democrats. So the men who really run the world are about to swing it back to Trump, it looks like, this election. And then when they've utilized him all they can and the left's ready to uprise again, they'll give control back to the left. But you guys keep voting.
Yeah, and on one hand, you have Kamala, who is an abortion extremist. She believes in late-term abortion. Late-term meaning all the way up to the 9th month. And as many comedians have said, I will continue what they say. Why not? Why stop at 9 months? Why don't we give it some time and say, you know what, I'm going to check you out for a couple of years, and if I don't like you, I'll abort you then. In fact,
and that's no joke, because there's that quote from Mark Twain. He says, when every child is born, you should put them in a barrel with a hole. And then when they turn about 14 or 15, plug the hole. That was a quote from Mark Twain. Like, this is the thought process. The children are a pest, a cancer.
And how would we be here without them, huh? But on the other hand, you have RFK, Robert Kennedy, who just got into the cabinet of the right, and he believes in late-term abortion as well. So what are you actually voting for? It's the same. They are the same. They just pretend to be a little different. Like the important issues, they don't disagree. They don't disagree on wars. I don't want to label them, but on both, they don't disagree. They need to keep going. They don't disagree on shots. They both agree.
Well, dude, they'll stand on the floor of Congress and yell at each other and give these passionate speeches to rally up their base. But then the next day they go golfing together or eat lunch. Sometimes the same day.
Just vote for Jesus, ladies and gentlemen. Don't separate your hands into right and left so you can cast a vote that doesn't even count.
I mean, honestly,
together and pray.
Yes.
Let me find something. Jon Stewart, before he became so annoying as he has turned right now, when I was in the States back in 2005 and 6, he used to be a little more objective. It was the beginning of the Daily Show. He wasn't so subjective as he is now. And he had released a textbook that was supposedly called Educating Americans. And it was all about some facts about the world that Americans don't know. And he was making it look like a textbook that you would have in school. There was a poster inside, which I can't locate online. I remember I've used it in one of my videos. So let me jump there because I can't find it online. Might take me a little minute or two. I'm at my videos. I'm gonna scroll to find that one. Then I have to go into the thumbnails of it to find the specific moment.
We thank you guys for bearing with us.
Yep. It was a race video. Because for those that don't know, after 2016, even if I upload a race video, it's never about the race. I'm giving people information in it. And it's just on a dirt bike. That's all that the race is about. Just we can talk, but we just talk on a dirt bike. That's all. And this is what's gonna continue happening now that I'm building a new one. I'll just keep on talking.
So is the cat out of the bag now?
Yeah, I took it out today.
I've been trying to keep it hush hush for you.
I took it out today for my first for its first ride. So I'm breaking in the engine. And now I don't have a shed to put it in. I put what would you call that? A tent? Not a tent. A cover. It has a bike cover. And I was like, yeah, well, the weatherman didn't say anything about bad weather, so I guess it will be fine. And we now have a thunderstorm. Not just a storm, a thunderstorm. But it was never on the news. So they don't even know what's happening. Like this is no longer a weather forecast. This is a weather update. Like they're telling you after the fact. Hey guys, we had a thunderstorm yesterday. Yeah, we didn't see it coming, but you can't even trust a forecast these days. I'm looking, still looking.
And anybody out there watching, you're welcome to come hang out with us. Tell us about your testimony. Tell us about how you met Jesus. Or you can come defend your false religion of evolution. Or you can come tell us about your favorite Christian song. I have a question for all of you out there. Me and Bruce had a back and forth, me defending your honor, of course, Achilles, because he said that Linkin Park was demonic music. And I know, Achilles, you hold to the fact that, Linkin Park is great music with hidden Christian lyrics and hidden Christian agenda. So you guys out in the audience, come tell us what you think. Linkin Park, godly band or terrible sorcerers?
And there are some things that I won't allow. One of them is blaspheming Jesus. And then further down from that, like there's a big gap, but the next thing is don't talk crap about Linkin Park, man. I mean, seriously, like this is a line of mine.
It's gutsy, right?
Yeah. So let me show you this, but at the same time, it's moving. It's at the end of a video, and I've been trying to get some things across, and with music. So I can find a specific thumbnail by not watching, by just moving back and forth. I can find a specific, but I'm trying to show you the poster on a wall. Let me share my screen. But there are so many other gems in that video. Oh, we went to the right? That's interesting. So
just until we put the screen back up.
So here we had the Christmas decorations of 2019. And if you look on your right side, this is the decoration for Christmas. These lines that you see are supposed to be a Christian message. But if you look to the left, I am decrypting the message for you. It's 6 lines, 3 times on every one. So it's 666, 666, 666, 666, 666, 666. Wake up, guys.
Where is that?
It was in Athens in 2019, and it's one of the things I keep getting aggravated since 2016 with the things that they do. Wherever you look, there is an Antichrist message. And it's everywhere. Now, what you see in the middle with the, how is that called, Stephen?
The menorah?
Menorah is because the other decoration on another city was this with 7 lines, and I thought that this is representation of the menorah, but I wasn't sure. But you know, I don't know. I suspect. I put them down. I make an opinion.
And there's 2 different menorahs also. You have the biblical menorah, which is 7, and then you have the Babylonian Jewish pagan one, which is the more prominent one in Judaism today, and that one is a 9-stick candle holder. And of course, they've found some clever way of giving it some false history, just like the Christians have done with some Sunday worship rituals, but you know, it is what it is.
So that is very interesting because I just counted these lines here and they are 9.
Yep. So, okay, boom. There you have it.
So,
and that is the pagan version of the menorah, the 9 candlestick holder.
Yeah, and we here, we are not like the States where every religion is respected. Yes, we will never have disrespect towards your religion, but we are a Christian nation. We enjoy, and we used to have crosses around and angels and the message of the birth of the Messiah. And then out of the blue, we get these lines. And that thing in the middle, which I don't even understand what it is. The closer I could get to was the 9-candle menorah. So what I wanted to show you is right next. So in the back, I was putting a poster up on my wall, and now we're going to zoom into that poster, which I got from that book of John Stewart, who wasn't back then who he is today. He was more objective back then. Now he's like, you know, let's not even. Anyway. Yeah, it's not very easy to see if we pause, but if we keep watching it, it is easier. So it says Skulls and Bones, and it has Kerry on the left wearing boxing gloves and Bush on the right wearing boxing gloves. And that was the election back then, and one of them was in the Skulls and Bones, and the other one was also in the Skulls and Bones. And they were fighting for which one would be our president. One became the president, and the other one became the global warming advocate. So, and he says here, the thriller in vanilla. So, are you here, Stephen? Oh, no.
Yes, I am. No, I wanted to make sure I was unmuted, but I actually was already.
Okay. And now I'm going to zoom at the bottom of the poster, because that's what I wanted to point to after our discussion about the votes. Now, the text in the screen says, can't try to ignore it, so that's why I'm going to tell you what it says. It says, doctor, yes, I'm depressed. Okay, you need a dirt bike. Take 2 and call me in the morning, said the doctor, at least my doctor, because I was building my second dirt bike. I can't just, I didn't, 1 was not enough. I needed 2. And just like pills, doctors say, take 2 and call me in the morning. So that's a joke that relates to the rest of the video. But I want you to try to see what the poster says at the bottom. This is because they are saying that all the immigrants that come to Greece are women and children. So for some reason, on some celebration of a Muslim celebration, they gathered in our Christmas in the center of Athens. And I'm saying, find 1 woman. Okay? These are all militant aged immigrants. And it's happening to your country as well. By the way, do you have an estimate of how many people cross the states from the border these days, Stephen?
Achilles. Achilles. A lot.
A lot.
It's a lot. That's all we know. We don't know where. We don't know how many. We don't know these things. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Man, you Greeks are funny, man.
I heard on the radio.
Well, are you guys allowed to have borders?
Supposedly, but we have the problem of the sea border. It's very hard to control the sea. So I heard a number from a very official source on the radio, because, you know, on the radio, they bring people up and they're not always controlled. And they can say things that if you don't pick them up, then you will not hear them on the news. 25,000 immigrants per month is what we get. Can you...
Dude, you got to pump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers.
Dude, we are smaller than California. And we get
we're bringing in millions a month. Like, we're changing our national demographic yearly. All right?
Yeah. Is it millions per month?
Dude, it has to be. If it's not millions a month, it's like hundreds of thousands a month. And I mean the high hundreds of thousands, like 700,000-800,000 a month. Let me take a look.
And I just
not that Google would tell us the truth.
Right. And while you're looking at it I just say that I told my doctor here, doctor, lately I've been feeling very undemocratic. And the reason is because democracy does these things. The Bible never speaks of democracy. The Bible speaks of kings. When you have a king, he says no, and it's done. You don't get to outvote him and then say yes to all the things that this country has died for in the past. And then somebody else comes along and allows all these things that our predecessors died against.
Well, Achilles, let me show you 2 things here.
I've been feeling a little undemocratic, doctor. And the doctor told me to get a couple of dirt bikes and call him in the morning. Yeah, show me. And I'll come back to this.
This is it. This is okay. U.S. Border Patrol agents took into custody more than 225,000 migrants who crossed the southern border, and this was just in 27 days. And I'll mind you, this is just what they caught.
And it's December, which is
in 27 days, dude.
And it's December where it's cold, right?
That's
not the highest. The highest number.
No, spring and the fall is going to be your highest points. The
Right.
summer's dangerous because of the heat, and the winter's dangerous because of the cold. So you can only imagine what these numbers are when they're not just, suppressed.
All right, I'm bringing my screen back up, and because we mentioned it, I then want to bring up some Linkin Park, because I did not
And
expect
also, I'm going to have to wrap this up in the next 15 minutes. That'll be the 4-hour mark, and because Chris is going to kill me if I don't. So then I'm going to go hang out with her. But so you got 15 minutes to show me what you want to show me.
So, despite all the distractions around on this video, because other than the pictures I throw around, I throw text, and I'm also riding a bike. So it's a pretty distracting video. I want you to just try to pay attention to where I'm zooming in right now on this poster.
You have my attention.
I know that is a gift, so thank you, because it's very hard to keep your attention. And I'll just press play before I lose it, all right? So it says here, every citizen guaranteed a vote. Okay, going back a little bit, every citizen is guaranteed a vote. We agree here, don't we? We are.
Sure. Yes. Every citizen. Yep.
But there is an asterisk at the end of it. So I'll let it play and enjoy. I'm trying to find the frame where we can have it paused. Come on. That was good. Vote not guaranteed to count, though. Okay. So you do get a vote, but it's not guaranteed to count. See, that's
that's the government fine print. Okay.
Man,
Yep.
That is one of the posters I had in my garage, which I challenged Satan to come and get them. And he did. He burned it. But here I am now without a garage. Satan, you should have let me just ride my dirt bikes around. I wouldn't have met the Proverbs guys.
Yeah, I mean, they don't understand. And yeah, just every time Satan hits us, like the Lord brings something beautiful out of the ashes. He uses that as new, fresh soil, as it were.
Yep. So, because you two want to end this, I want to throw some lyrics up in the screen with.
Okay.
But I know that the industry, the music industry, is banning all music from Russia. And so the minute I play this, I know the video would no longer be viewable in Russia because of this clip. But I have high faith in Russians because the best hackers in the world are Russians. They are the ones that have given us almost every social platform that exists on the internet. Every algorithm that exists, it's a Russian behind them. So I'm pretty sure they can overcome that. But I wanna show how non-Christian Linkin Park are. People are stuck when they think of Linkin Park in their first albums. There was a Christian message in those albums as well, but it wasn't as clear-cut as it is today. And now that they are back with a female vocalist, be careful with your words, Bruce, because they're gonna make lyrics that I will respond to you with. So be careful. They have a new album coming out on the 15th of November because Satan is going to have a very hard time suiciding a second singer. It's going to be like bluntly obvious that it wasn't the suicide. So, one thing, this comes from the album called 1,000 Suns. And this world that asks for your vote has created 1,000 gates of Baal all over the world on major economic cities. Baal, or in his Greek counterpart god, is
Now
Apollo.
For Americans, this is what we were referring to when it was in the news as the Archway of Baal. And
Yeah.
it was first erected, if you remember, in New York City, the American financial epicenter. And then it went on tour to London, and I
Times
want to say
Square.
Dubai.
Yep.
Well, first, when they introduced it as Baal's Arch, there was a huge outcry here in the States, and they had to take it down. But then they brought it back under the guise of being some kind of historical unity gate. It was really weird how they resubmitted it like a couple years later and it got through.
And Baal is the sun god of Babylon. It is the sun god that Elijah challenged his prophets. And Linkin Park, their latest album, was called 1,000 Suns. So yeah, they didn't go out there to make gospel tracks so people like Bruce can think they're Christian. But they were warning their hundreds of millions of fans that there is something wrong with this world. From those hundreds of millions, we have to exclude people like Bruce who are stuck in some norms of the past. But the spiritual battlefield is not just in your house, Bruce. It's everywhere. Everybody's having it. And I don't know how many you saved, but I'm pretty sure that who you've saved, your pastor saved, Stephen and I and Dan have saved, we still don't add up to the hundreds of millions of fans that Linkin Park has talked to. So have some respect for those that risked their lives in the game for Satan, and they don't just sit on their computer with their keyboard going like, I'm sorry, I'm just pressing keys for the sound, but you know, it's making things. Oh, I have another one, wait. There are so many people that think they save people with this.
Yeah, that was good.
And others have risked their lives and they've left 7 children without a dad because of the fight that they did in the face of Satan. So mind your words about Chester and Linkin Park. So, Stephen, when this song ends, go ahead and end the show. Thank you,
All right,
everybody.
my brother.
Thank you, everybody, for being with us. I hope you enjoy. Oh, mute me too.
All right, brother.
God bless us, everyone. We're a broken people living on a loaded gun, and it can't be outfought, it can't be outdone, it can't be outmatched, it can't be outrun. No, God bless us, everyone. We're a broken people living on a loaded gun, and it can't be outfought, it can't be outdone, it can't be outmatched, it can't be outrun. No, and when I close my eyes tonight, two symphonies of blinding light. God bless us, everyone. We're a broken people living on a loaded gun. Oh, like memories in cold decay, transmissions echoing out.
Why did you stop it?
Yeah, thank you for unmuting me. I was coming back to, okay, I want to point out that there are some dumb people out there, but there are also some clever people out there. So Linkin Park were focused on the clever people, those that can get a message. So they say, and when I close my eyes tonight to symphonies of blinding light. What is the blinding light? The blinding light is the light of the light bringer, because it's not the light to show you the right path. It's the light that actually blinds you from the truth. Symphonies, because in his Greek counterpart, he is the god of music as well. He's not only the sun god, he's also the god of music. And we have symphonies of blinding light around us. We have a lot of people that are working for him, and they are working together like a symphony. And then they also say transmissions echoing away. I need to press play just because the thumbnail doesn't, it only goes 5 minutes. Okay, I'll mute. Far from the world of you and I, far from the world of male and female, far from that world. They're warning us. They started warning us very early, and now we have arrived to their lyrics. So I'll keep going, and then there is a prayer at the end. And I just wanna also, Stephen, stick around. I would like to show the people that they are now back, and they will continue chanting this type of music. And they did already, but I would like to show you that with the new singer that they got, but I can't because I'm not sure, it might be copyrighted and it might take the video down. So
okay.
I'll show you. She's super good, man. As a Linkin Park fan, I want to say I love her. I love her. Anyway, yeah, let's go. Her name is Emily Armstrong, and you should look up their comeback, Linkin Park from Zero. And the live stream was right where we had the show about Papa got a brand new bag. They have a brand new bag, Satan, and it's a girl. So this is going to be wild. And there is brilliant thinking behind this, and it is no man could ever compare to Chester. But he put a woman in his place. That is super brilliant, man. And her voice, I love her. So, all right, again, mute me, bro.
The sins of my tongue, the Translations of your brain now. I saw the world everywhere now. Your oceans bleed into the sky. Lift me up, let me go. 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 Lift me God bless us, everyone. We're a broken people living underground. It got and it can't be outfought. It can't be outdone. It can't be outmatched. It can't be outrun.
And welcome Dustin Buck. Right at the tail end of the show, I guess to save the day.
Here she comes to save the day. Wait, I have a clip for that.
Here she comes to wreck the day.
What's up, Dustin Buck?
Not much. Just been kicking it. Working all day.
How come
Guys,
you ain't? Oh, you just
it's
got
2
off.
a.m. I haven't fed my dogs for like the past 2 hours. I gotta give them some
And
food.
I gotta go too. I'm 2 minutes late. My wife's going to murder me.
Okay, tell her to stay backstage with you and me and whoever else wants to stay backstage. And she'll murder
Wants to
you.
watch him get murdered.
Yes,
Right.
I want it on live stream. I'll record you.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Don't go.